Shorthanded. Shorthanded. A small-town hockey romance. Arden Blackwell. Copyright 2026 Arden Blackwell. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means without the prior written permission of the author, except for brief quotations in a book review. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. First edition, 2026. For everyone who came home. When they thought they were only passing through. The best plays happen when you're outnumbered and out of options. A love worth the penalty. Contents. Chapter 1. The Return of the Prodigal Puck. Chapter 2. Strong opinions about athletes. Chapter 3. Fundraiser. Fine. Whatever. Chapter 4. Old ice, new edges. Chapter 5. The alphabet system. Chapter 6. Ridgeback Falls has opinions. Chapter 7. What Tyler knows. Chapter 8. Overtime. Chapter 9. The unnamed donor. Chapter 10. The bet Cass makes. Chapter 11. The rink at 6 a.m. Chapter 12. Tabloid season. Chapter 13. What gets said in kitchens. Chapter 14. The clinic incident. Chapter 15. The night of the almost. Chapter 16. Tyler shows his hand. Chapter 17. What the gala costs. Chapter 18. Shorthanded. Chapter 19. The gala. Chapter 20. The flight he doesn't take. Chapter 21. The donor. Chapter 22. Floor level. Chapter 23. The goodbye that isn't. Chapter 24. Home ice. Epilogue. 2 years later, in Ridgeback Falls. Chapter 1. The Return of the Prodigal Puck. Dane's POV. The first thing Ridgeback Falls does when I come back is wave at me. Not one person. 3. In the span of 4 minutes on Main Street, with my headlights cutting through the dark and my head splitting from the Toronto layover and my whole body still convinced it's in a different time zone. A guy at the gas station lifts his chin. A woman walking her dog raises her hand. Old Mr. Feeney, who has to be 90 by now, actually stops on the sidewalk and points at my truck like he's confirming something to himself. I haven't been back in 14 months. I haven't called ahead. It's 11 at night and it's cold and I'm nobody's entertainment right now. Ridgeback Falls disagrees. By the time I pull into my mother's driveway, her porch light is already on. I haven't even cut the engine when her front door opens. She stands in the doorway in her housecoat and her good slippers, the ones she only wears when something matters, and she watches me get out of the truck with her arms crossed and her head tilted at that angle that means she's deciding whether or not to cry. She decides not to. That's my mother. You look terrible, she says. Thanks, Mom. Did you eat on the plane? They gave me pretzels. She turns and goes back inside. I grab my duffel from the bed of the truck and follow her, and the screen door hits me in the shoulder exactly the way it always has because the spring has been broken since 2004 and fixing it has simply never made the priority list. The kitchen smells like soup. Real soup, not the stuff from a can. She has a bowl waiting on the table before I've even put my bag down, and I sit because there is no version of reality where I don't sit when my mother puts soup in front of me. She pours herself tea and sits across from me and watches me eat. She doesn't talk right away. That's how I know something is coming. She lets me get through half the bowl first. She's always fed people before she delivers news. It's a kindness disguised as habit. How long are you here? She finally asks. I shrug. Lockout could be 2 weeks. Could be 2 months. Nobody knows. Where else would you go? I had options. She gives me the look. The one that says, you had options and you came here, so don't pretend you didn't want to. Fine, I say. I wanted soup. You wanted to sleep in your own bed. She wraps both hands around her mug. Which is allowed, Dane. You're allowed to come home. I don't say anything to that. I finish the soup. She refills my bowl without asking. Then she says, you know June Calloway. I stop. Same last name. No relation. Always been awkward, she agrees. She runs the library now. Has for 3 years. I remember June Calloway the way you remember the background of an old photograph, present, identifiable, not the thing you were looking at. She was the babysitter. Quiet, serious, the kind of teenager who organized your mother's spice rack without being asked and charged a fair hourly rate and showed up exactly on time. She was 7 years older than Margot and made sure nobody died. Okay, I say. Mayor Hendricks called her this week. And you're going to get the same call. My mother picks up her mug. The library's in trouble. Budget cuts. They want to do a fundraiser and apparently your face is useful for something other than hockey. My face is extremely useful. Don't be smart. But she's almost smiling. Talk to her. She's good people. You say that about everyone in this town. Because everyone in this town is good people. She stands and takes my empty bowl to the sink. Except Gary Mast, but that's a long story and you need sleep. I go upstairs. My old room is exactly the same twin bed that's too small for me now, same water stain on the ceiling in the shape of something that might be a horse or might be a continent, same shelf of trophies that I keep telling her to throw out and she keeps not throwing out. My first hockey jersey is in a frame on the wall. I'm 10 years old in that photo. Gap-toothed. Grinning like the world owed me something. I lie down on top of the covers without changing and I'm asleep before I can think about the lockout or the league or any of it. I sleep 11 hours. 11. I don't remember the last time that happened. I wake up to 3 texts from teammates, one from my trainer, a news alert about the lockout negotiations going nowhere fast, and the distant but unmistakable sound of someone mowing a lawn outside at 7 in the morning. Ridgeback Falls. I shower. I come downstairs. My mother is gone, she leaves early for the community center on Wednesdays, always has, but there's a note on the counter next to a plate of toast, Mayor's number is on the fridge. June's library opens at 9. Don't be weird about it. I stare at the note. My mother has no idea what "don't be weird about it" is supposed to mean in this context. I'm not weird. I'm a professional athlete. I have been in front of 30,000 people on a Tuesday night without blinking. I look at the number on the fridge. I make coffee first. By 9:30 I have heard from 4 people who saw my truck last night. 2 of them have my number saved from events I don't remember attending. One of them is Kathy Briggs from the elementary school who tells me her grandson plays defense now and, he's got your eyes for the game, Dane, really he does, and I spend 12 minutes on that call finding the right way to end it without being rude. By 10 I have been photographed twice without my consent, once at the gas station and once outside the diner where I made the mistake of going for a second coffee because my mother's pot was empty. The diner one ends up on the Ridgeback Falls community Facebook page with the caption "Our boy is home." And 17 comments before I've even paid. By 11 I have agreed to sign jerseys at the arena on Saturday, promised Coach Holt I'll stop by and have a look at the kids, and been invited to 2 dinners, 1 baptism, and something called a harvest mixer that I cannot find a way to decline because Mrs. Okafor's son is in my mother's book club and it feels like declining would have consequences that ripple outward in ways I can't predict. I sit in my truck outside the diner and I look at the steering wheel. I have not played hockey in 22 days. 22 days since the league locked us out and my whole schedule, the only schedule I've had since I was 17 years old, disappeared overnight. No practice. No film sessions. No travel. No game day. Just nothing. I thought coming home would feel like breathing out. It feels like being on stage when I don't know the show. My phone buzzes. Voicemail from my agent, Rick. I press play. Dane. It's Rick. Listen, Chicago wants to know you're staying active. Media-wise, I mean. They don't want their top center disappearing into the wilderness for 2 months. Stay visible. Post something. Talk to someone. Don't let the lockout make you invisible, there are guys 3 years younger than you who would love for you to go quiet right now. Call me back. I lower the phone. Relevant. He wants me to stay relevant. In Ridgeback Falls. Population 4,201 man who has no idea what to do with himself before noon. I look up at the water tower from the diner window. Ridgeback Falls in letters that are starting to peel at the R and the second L. The oak trees on Main Street dropping leaves on cars. A kid on a bike going too fast down the hill past the hardware store. My phone buzzes again. This time it's the mayor's number. I answer it. Dane, Mayor Hendricks says. He sounds pleased in a way that makes me think he's been waiting to make this call. Welcome home, son. I've got an idea I think you're going to like. I look at the water tower. Tell me, I say. He tells me. 20 minutes later I'm driving toward the library, and I don't know if I'm doing this because it's actually a good idea or because I have nothing else to do and my agent just told me to stay visible and this is at least something. A library fundraiser. My face on a poster. June Calloway, who I haven't spoken to since she was sitting on my mother's kitchen floor with Margot asleep in her lap. She probably still organizes things alphabetically. She probably still charges a fair hourly rate. The library is a red brick building on the corner of 2nd and Maple that looks exactly the same as it always did except someone has put a mural on the side wall, books and hands and a painted tree that spills into the brickwork. There's a sign out front, clean black letters on white, Ridgeback Falls Public Library. All are welcome. Please return what you borrow. I park. I get out. I push the door open. The smell hits me first, old paper and wood polish and something warm underneath, like the building itself has been breathing a long time and is comfortable with it. The shelves are tall and full and organized in a way that looks effortless but definitely isn't. The reading area near the window has good chairs, the kind that actually hold you. There's a children's section in the corner with a rug that has a map of somewhere fictional on it and 2 beanbags that are currently unoccupied. There is one person at the reference desk. She's maybe 5'4", dark hair pulled back, a pencil tucked behind her ear and another one in her hand. She's holding a book open in one palm and running her finger down the spine checking something, and she hasn't looked up. I'm 6'2" and I play in front of 20,000 people for a living. She doesn't look up. I walk to the desk. I stop in front of it. I wait. She turns a page. June Calloway, I say. She still doesn't look up. Fiction's on your left. Biographies on your right. If you're looking for the sports section, it's 3 shelves in and already perfectly organized, which means please don't touch anything. I wasn't going to touch. You were going to browse, she says. Browsing becomes touching. Touching becomes reshelving. Reshelving done by a non-librarian is just misplacing with confidence. I open my mouth. I close it. She finally looks up. She has dark eyes and the expression of a woman who has made her decision about you already and is simply waiting to see if you'll prove her wrong. She looks older than I remembered, not in a bad way, just in the way people look when they've actually lived the years between then and now instead of just getting through them. Dane, she says. Not Dane Calloway. Not oh my God, welcome home. Just, Dane. Like I'm a library patron who needs to be directed to the correct section and then managed accordingly. You remember me, I say. You were 9 the first time you hid Margot's shoes, she says. I have an excellent memory for crimes. I was 8. The second time you were 9. She sets the book down. What do you need? I'm not here for a book. Okay. She picks up her pencil. Walk-ins without a library card can get one at the desk. If you're here about the printer, it's fixed. If you're here about the book club, it's full. If you're here to tell me about your hockey career, I'm going to stop you right now and save us both the time. I wasn't going to. Everyone does, she says. It's fine. It's just not why I'm at work. I stare at her. In 22 days of the lockout I have had exactly 0 conversations where the other person didn't want something from my hockey career, an autograph, a story, a connection, a comment for their podcast. Even Rick wants something from it. This woman is treating me like I walked in asking about the printer. It's the strangest thing I've felt in weeks. The mayor called me this morning, I say. About a fundraiser. She goes still. Not dramatically, just a small, controlled stillness, the kind that means she's recalibrating. He called you already. This morning. She sets the pencil down. She looks at me with the expression of someone who has just received information they were hoping to delay. Of course he did. He said you'd have details. I said I'd consider it, she says, and there's an edge in it, not at me, I don't think, just at the situation. That's different from having details. He didn't mention the distinction. He wouldn't. She pushes back from the desk slightly. The library's budget was cut by almost half. We have programs that serve real people, rural outreach, a literacy van, after-school reading for kids whose parents work nights. The council thinks a fundraiser will fix it. The mayor thinks attaching your name to it will make people come. She says it flat and factual, like a diagnosis. He's probably right. I hate that he's probably right. Why do you hate it? Because the library should stand on its own, she says. It's been here 60 years. It shouldn't need a hockey player to make it worth saving. I look at her for a moment. That's fair. She blinks. Like she expected an argument. It's completely fair, I say. The library should stand on its own. But it doesn't right now. So. I look at the shelves behind her, the ones she's organized with a precision that must have taken serious time. The children's section with the map rug. The reading chairs by the window. Tell me about the programs. The real ones. Not the fundraiser pitch. What do they actually do? She's quiet for a second. That's not the question I expected, she says. What question did you expect? Something about logistics. Dates. Whether we need you for one event or several. She tilts her head. Something about your schedule. My schedule is completely empty, I say. Lockout. So. Tell me about the programs. She looks at me for a moment longer. Then she takes a breath and she starts talking. She talks for 40 minutes. About the van that goes to the 3 townships north of Ridgeback Falls where there's no library branch and no bookstore. About the after-school program that runs 4 days a week for kids whose parents are working second shift at the mill. About the adult literacy class on Thursday evenings that has 9 regular attendees and a waiting list. About the way she fought the council for 18 months to keep the outreach funding and almost won and then didn't, and had to cut the van route in half, and how she still thinks about the people at the end of the route who don't have a car and can't get here now. I don't check my phone once. When she stops she looks slightly surprised at herself, like she didn't mean to say all of that and is deciding how she feels about having said it. The fundraiser pitch usually takes about 5 minutes, she says. That wasn't a pitch, I say. That was the actual story. She looks at me. Something moves behind her eyes, not warmth exactly, just a kind of reassessment. A small shift, like a door that was locked considering whether to open an inch. Then she straightens. She picks up her pencil. Back to business. I'll set up a meeting with the mayor. The 3 of us, proper planning. Nothing gets decided today. Fine. And if this happens, I run the logistics. You show up where I tell you, when I tell you, and you do not rearrange anything without asking first. Understood. And you return books on time. I almost smile. I haven't taken a book. She reaches to the returns cart beside her desk and picks something up without looking, a novel, slim, dark cover, the kind of thing that wins awards. She holds it out. You can start with this one. I look at it. Literary fiction. Not what I read on the road, I usually go for history, military stuff, the thick kind. This is not that. I take it anyway. I tuck it under my arm. Sounds like we're going to be spending some time together, I say. She doesn't blink. She doesn't smile. She looks at me with those dark steady eyes and she says, that remains to be seen. I walk out. The door closes behind me. The cold October air comes off the street and I stand on the library steps with a literary novel under my arm and a feeling I haven't had in a long time, the specific feeling of not knowing exactly how something is going to go. I get in my truck. My phone is blinking. Rick's voicemail still sitting there unread. Stay visible. Stay relevant. I look at the library. I start the engine. That night I lie on my too small bed and stare at the water-stained ceiling, and I think about what Rick said and what it means and whether I even know anymore how to be relevant outside of 60 feet of ice. I think about the 40 minutes she talked and how I listened to all of it. I think about the van that used to go to those townships and doesn't anymore. My phone buzzes. One more voicemail. Rick again. Chicago's watching the negotiations. Management wants something from you this week. A post. An interview. Something. Call me, Dane. Don't go quiet on me. I stare at the ceiling. Horsor continent. Relevant, Rick says. I open the book she gave me. I read the first page. Then the second. I don't put it down until almost 1 in the morning. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Strong opinions about athletes. June's POV. I find out Dane Calloway is back in Ridgeback Falls in 3 separate ways before 8 a.m., and all 3 of them annoy me. First is Cass's text, which I've already told you about and which I handled with maturity and composure and not at all by staring at my kitchen wall for 45 seconds. Second is a voicemail from Mrs. Pemberton, who is 73 years old and lives 2 streets over from the Calloway house and apparently heard his truck last night and felt I needed to know this information immediately, at 7 in the morning, on my day to open late. He looks well, she tells my voicemail. The beard is new. I'm not sure about the beard. Your mother would have an opinion about the beard. My mother has been gone for 4 years and Mrs. Pemberton still consults her on aesthetic matters, which is either sweet or unnerving and I've never decided which. Third is the banner. Someone, I do not know who, and I have theories, and every single theory ends with Gary Mast, has taped a hand-painted banner to the exterior door of the library. White sheet, red letters, blue star stickers from the craft section of the dollar store. Welcome home, Dane. Ridgeback Falls is proud. 2 exclamation points on the first sentence, 3 on the second, which tells me it was made with escalating enthusiasm and insufficient planning. I stand in front of it for a moment. Then I go to the supply closet, get the step stool and a box cutter, and I take it down with the focused energy of someone who has found a hornet's nest and is removing it before the situation gets worse. I fold it. I put it in the recycling bin. I go inside and open the library. My plan is simple, avoid. The library is my space. I built it into what it is, fought for every program, organized every shelf, negotiated every budget line with council members who think a library is just a building full of old books for people who haven't discovered Netflix yet. This building is mine in every way that matters. Dane Calloway plays hockey in Chicago. He has nothing to do with the library. He doesn't read. I'd bet real money on it. The plan lasts 4 hours. I'm at the reference desk at noon, working through the new acquisitions list. We have a small budget this quarter, smaller than last, which means every purchase is a choice I have to make carefully, when the door opens and he walks in. He's too tall for the doorway. I mean that literally. He ducks his head slightly as he comes through, out of habit I think, the way tall people learn to do in buildings that weren't built for them. He has a hockey bag over one shoulder which he has absolutely no reason to be carrying into a library, and he's wearing a jacket that probably cost more than my monthly grocery budget and somehow still looks like he just grabbed it off the back of a chair. He looks around the room the way people who are used to being looked at look around rooms, taking stock, measuring the space, checking who's there. It's not arrogance exactly. It's just awareness. He knows how he reads to other people and he's deciding how to play it. I look back down at my acquisitions list. June Calloway, he says. I don't look up. Fiction's on your left. Biographies on your right. If you're looking for the sports section, it's 3 shelves in and already perfectly organized, which means please don't touch anything. I wasn't going to touch. You were going to browse. I keep my eyes on the list. Browsing becomes touching. Touching becomes reshelving. Reshelving done by a non-librarian is just misplacing with confidence. There's a pause. I can feel him recalibrating. People usually expect me to be warmer. I'm not cold, I just don't perform warmth on demand for people who walk in carrying hockey bags and 12 years of small-town mythology on their shoulders. I look up. He's taller than I remembered. Broader through the shoulders. There are lines around his eyes now that weren't there in 2009, and the beard Mrs. Pemberton was uncertain about is dark and close-cut, and honestly she has nothing to worry about. He's looking at me with an expression that is mostly unreadable but has a layer of something underneath it that might be surprise. I don't know what he expected. Something warmer, probably. A banner, maybe. Dane, I say. Just that. Not the whole hometown welcome. Not the celebrity treatment. Just his name, the way I'd say it to anyone walking into my library. You remember me, he says. You hid Margot's shoes twice, I say. The first time you were 8. You put them in the oven, which was off, but still. The second time you were 9 and you hid them in the ceiling tiles of the basement. I had to get a chair. I set my pencil down. I have an excellent memory for crimes. Something flickers in his face. Not quite a smile. Clothes. What do you need? I ask. I'm not here for a book. Okay. I pick the pencil back up. Walk-ins without a library card can get one at the desk. If you're here about the printer, it's fixed. If you're here about the book club, it's full. If you're here to tell me about your hockey career, I'm going to stop you right now and save us both the time. I wasn't going to. Everyone does. I shrug. It's fine. It's just not why I'm at work. He stares at me. I notice he doesn't look offended, more like he's encountered something he didn't expect and is figuring out what to do with it. His whole posture shifts slightly, like something that was held tense has loosened a little. I've met a lot of people who are famous in small ways. Local politicians, athletes who played college ball, the woman who was on a cooking competition show for 3 episodes and still gets recognized at the grocery store 5 years later. They all have this same quality, this expectation of a particular response, a warmth that's owed to them, a softening of the room when they enter it. When they don't get it, they go one of 2 ways, offended or curious. Dane goes curious. I file that away. The mayor called me this morning, he says. About a fundraiser. I put my pencil down again. I feel the particular muscle behind my right eye that tightens when the mayor does something without waiting for me to agree to it. He called you already. This morning. He said you'd have details. I said I'd consider it, I say. That's different from having details. I push back from the desk. He wouldn't mention the distinction. He wouldn't, Dane agrees. I look at him. He looks back. No performance in it, just attention. Actual attention, the kind you don't usually get from people who are used to being the most interesting person in the room. I tell him about the library. Not the pitch, I have a pitch, I've given it to the council 6 times in 3 years, it's clean and professional and hits all the right notes. I don't give him that. I tell him about the van. About the route we had to cut. About the Thursday night literacy class and the woman who started it, who is 44 years old and who learned to read her grandson's school permission slips for the first time last spring and cried in my office for 10 minutes and then asked when the next session was. I talk for too long. I know I'm talking too long. He doesn't give me a reason to stop, no glancing at his phone, no polite shifting of weight, no that face people make when they're waiting for you to get to the point. He just listens. When I stop, I feel slightly exposed. Like I said more than I meant to in front of someone I don't fully trust yet. The fundraiser pitch usually takes 5 minutes, I say. That wasn't a pitch, he says. That was the actual story. I look at him for a moment. I'll set up a meeting with the mayor, I say. Back to practical. Back to ground. The 3 of us, proper planning. Nothing gets decided today. We go through the basics, my conditions, which he accepts without negotiating, which either means he's agreeable or he's planning to negotiate later and being smart about the timing. I haven't decided which yet. He picks up a book from the returns cart on his way out. A literary novel, A Little Life, which is not a casual choice, it's 400 pages of emotional devastation, and I watch him tuck it under his arm with the practiced ease of someone who knows what it looks like to carry a book and doesn't mind. Sounds like we're going to be spending some time together, he says. I look at him. That remains to be seen. He almost smiles. Then he goes. I stand at the reference desk for a moment after the door closes. Then I go to the window, not to watch him leave, just to check if the recycling truck has come yet. It hasn't. The folded-up banner is still visible in the bin. My phone buzzes. Cass, did he come in? I heard he was on Main Street. Did he come in the library? June. I type, he came in. And. I think about 40 minutes of talking and him not checking his phone. I think about that wasn't a pitch, that was the actual story. I think about the way he walked in here with his hockey bag and his too expensive jacket and his 12 years of Ridgeback Falls mythology, and I said fiction's on your left and he didn't flinch. And nothing, I type. He has a library card now. That's all. I put my phone face down. I go back to the acquisitions list. Outside, a car drives by playing music too loud for a Tuesday afternoon. The oak tree drops 3 leaves onto the front steps. Mrs. Pemberton is probably watching from her window 2 streets over and deciding how she feels about the beard. I pick up my pencil. That remains to be seen, I said to him. Which is true. It's all true. I just wish the sentence hadn't felt, on the way out of my mouth, less like a warning and more like a door I'd left slightly open. I don't like that. I close it. I go back to work. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Fundraiser. Fine. Whatever. Continues. Chapter 3. Fundraiser. Fine. Whatever. June's POV. I know exactly how the meeting with Mayor Hendricks is going to go before I sit down. I know because I've sat across from him 11 times in 3 years and the meeting always has the same shape. He presents a solution he's already decided on, I present 2 objections, he waits for me to finish, and then he says, I hear you, June, in the tone of a man who has not heard a single word. Then we do whatever he decided before I walked in. Today is no different. Except today Dane Calloway is sitting in the chair to my left, and that is a new variable I haven't fully accounted for. The mayor's office smells like old coffee and the carpet cleaner they use in the town hall, a specific combination that I associate with mild institutional disappointment. Hendricks is behind his desk with a folder open in front of him. He has the look of a man who is about to say something he believes is generous. The library's numbers are what they are, he starts. 40%, I say. The cut was 40% of our operating budget. You can say the number. He clears his throat. The council made a difficult decision in a difficult fiscal year. They cut the literacy van route. Elderly residents in 3 townships now have no library access. June. I'm not arguing the past, I say. I'm establishing context. Continue. He continues. The idea is exactly what he described on the phone, a gala fundraiser, late November, built around Dane's profile. Dane Calloway's hometown homecoming. He even has a suggested tagline. He shows me a mock-up on his computer that someone has already designed, which means this was decided before he called either of us. I take one look at the graphic, Dane's face, a hockey puck, the library logo in the corner like an afterthought, and I feel something tight and hot move through my chest. 2 things, I say. Hendricks nods. Patient. First, the library's name goes first on all materials. This is a library fundraiser that features Dane, not a Dane Calloway event that happens to benefit the library. Those are different things and they will be treated differently. Reasonable, Dane says from my left. I don't look at him. Second, I run the planning. Every logistic, every timeline, every vendor. I approve all communications before they go out. Also reasonable, Dane says. Hendricks spreads his hands. June, that was always the. I'm not finished. I look at the mock-up on his screen again. The tagline goes. Hometown homecoming sounds like a high school dance. We're raising money for community literacy programs, not selling nostalgia. There's a pause. Hendricks looks at Dane. Dane says, she's right. Change it. I finally look at him. He's leaning back slightly in his chair, arms loose, watching me with that calm attentiveness that I still haven't fully categorized. He doesn't look like a man who's been overruled. He looks like a man who's following the most capable person in the room. It's irritating. I wanted him to push back so I'd have a reason to be annoyed. Instead he's just, agreeing. Efficiently and without ego. Fine, Hendricks says. He makes a note. Anything else? I have a third objection. It sits behind my teeth the whole meeting and I do not say it out loud because it's not professional and it's not practical and it's not something I can put in a planning document. The third objection is simply, I don't want to owe him anything. I don't want to be the woman whose library got saved because a hockey player came home during a lockout and needed something to do. I don't want to shake Dane Calloway's hand at the end of a successful fundraiser and feel like I got here because of him. But the van route is cut. The Thursday literacy class has a waiting list. The children's program is running on Goodwill and a printer that I fix myself with a YouTube tutorial and a particular combination of threats. Nothing else, I say. After Hendricks wraps up and starts talking about potential sponsors, I take out my notebook. I have a list already, 4 pages, started 6 months ago when I first saw the budget numbers and understood what was coming. Donor prospects, local businesses, grant applications, timeline for venue booking. I've been working this problem for half a year while smiling at council meetings and pretending everything was manageable. Dane leans over slightly. Looks at the list. You've been planning this for a while. I've been planning for a fundraiser. Not necessarily this one. What was the other version? Smaller. A book sale and a community dinner. Lower ceiling, but I wouldn't need I stop. A hockey player, he says. An outside draw, I say. He looks at me for a beat. Then, to Hendricks, can you give us 20 minutes? I want to go through the community programs with her before we set the scope. Hendricks blinks. I can step out, sure, but I thought we'd. 20 minutes, Dane says. The same easy tone, but something in it that doesn't leave much room. Hendricks stands, takes his coffee, and leaves. The door closes. Dane turns his chair to face me slightly. Walk me through the programs. Not the gala version. The real version. I put my pen down. You asked me this yesterday. You told me the overview. I want the specifics. What does each program actually do, week by week, and what does it cost to run properly? I look at him. He has a legal pad out and a pen in his hand and he is waiting with the patience of someone who genuinely intends to write things down. Why? I say. Because a gala that raises $20,000 for something I don't understand is useless to you, he says. I need to know what we're actually asking people to fund. Donors don't write big checks for abstract good feelings. They write them for things they can picture. He taps the legal pad. Help me picture it. Nobody has ever asked me that. Not Hendricks. Not the council. Not the 3 different grant bodies I've written applications for over the years. They all want the summary, the numbers, the clean 1-page pitch. Nobody has ever sat down and said, tell me what actually happens. So I tell him. I tell him about Donna, who drives the van 3 mornings a week to the North Townships and who knows every family on the route by name and what books their kids like. About the Thursday class and the permission slip woman and how she came back the following week with her daughter, who was 8 years old and already ahead of her in reading, and how that seemed to break something open in her rather than embarrass her. About the after-school kids, 12 of them, sometimes 14, mostly from the Mill families, who do their homework at the reading tables while I pretend not to notice that some of them haven't eaten since lunch. I tell him about the summer reading program and how we track completion with stickers on a wall chart and how seriously those kids take the wall chart, like it's a leaderboard, which maybe it is. I talk for 40 minutes. He writes for 40 minutes. Not everything, not verbatim notes. He writes the things that have numbers attached to them, and the things that have names, and occasionally something I didn't expect him to flag. When I mention that the van needs new rear brakes before winter and that it's sitting in a service estimate I haven't signed off on because there's no budget, he writes that down and underlines it. How much, he says. $1,400. He writes the number. He circles it. When I stop talking he looks at his legal pad for a moment. Then he looks up at me. Okay. Here's what I think the gala should actually be. He talks for 10 minutes. It's good. It's not what Hendricks planned, it's smaller in spectacle and bigger in substance. A community evening first, public, free admission, where the programs are shown rather than described. The after-school kids presenting. The literacy class participants, if any are willing. The van route mapped on a display. Then a seated dinner after, ticketed, for the donors. Show the community to the donors. Let them see what they're paying for. I write 2 things down. I don't tell him they're good. That's not a terrible structure, I say. High praise, he says. Don't push it. Hendricks comes back in. We spend another 30 minutes on the framework. By the end of it I have 4 pages of notes and a timeline and a headache that is somehow smaller than the one I came in with. Walking home I call Cass because I always call Cass when I need to process something out loud. How was it? She asks. Fine, I say. It's happening. Gala, late November. I'm running the logistics. And Dane. He's the draw. That's all. How was he? I walk half a block. The leaves are coming down faster now, there's a chill in the air that wasn't there last week. He restructured the whole event concept in 10 minutes and the new version is better than mine. Silence. That must have been physically painful for you, Cass says. It was fine. June. I said it was fine, Cass. You've been talking about him for the entire walk home. I stop walking. I look at the sidewalk. I have, in fact, been talking about him for the entire walk home. The meeting structure, the legal pad, the van break circled with a single underline, the way he told Hendricks to change the tagline without making it a confrontation. I'm noting the logistics, I say. There's a lot to process. Cass says. The gala has 6 weeks of planning ahead of it. I need to be across every detail. That's very professional. I don't like him, I say. I say it clearly and with conviction because it is true. I do not like Dane Calloway in the sense that I do not trust him, I do not trust the situation, and I do not trust the way my chest did something inconvenient when he circled the number for the van brakes. Noted, Cass says. You talked about him for the entire walk home. How's that going? I hang up. I stand outside my building for a moment. The streetlight above me flickers once and holds. Fine, I think. This is fine. It's a fundraiser. He's a useful name on a poster. In 2 months the lockout will end and he'll go back to Chicago and I'll have a funded library and a repaired van and this will just be the autumn that things worked out. I go inside. I make tea. I sit at my kitchen table with my notebook open and I do not think about a legal pad with a number circled in it. I think about it twice. That's it. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Old ice, new edges. Dane's POV. I need to skate. It's not a want. It's not a preference. After 25 days without ice I need it the way I need sleep and protein and occasionally a conversation where nobody wants anything from me, I need it like a basic function. I get to the arena at 7 in the morning, expecting nobody. The parking lot is empty except for Coach Holt's ancient Bronco in its usual spot near the side door, which has been its usual spot since approximately 1987 and will probably still be there after the building falls down. I pull on my gear in the changing room that smells exactly like every changing room I've ever been in, rubber mats and cold air and the specific exhausted smell of equipment that's worked hard, and I step out onto the ice. For the first 30 seconds I just stand there. 60 feet of fresh flooded ice, the overhead lights at practice level, the boards white and clean. The whole arena quiet except for the hum of the refrigeration system underneath the surface. It's cold enough that my breath comes out in small clouds. I push off. I don't drill. I don't run patterns. I just skate, long clean strokes, end to end, nothing technical about it. Just the movement. Just the specific freedom of a body doing the thing it's been built to do for 20 years. By the 3rd lap I can feel my shoulders drop. By the 6th lap I'm not thinking about the lockout or Rick or Chicago or the meeting yesterday or any of it. I'm just here. Present on the ice in a way I'm almost never present anywhere else. I do this for almost an hour before I hear the side door open. I don't recognize him immediately. That's the strangest part. I recognize the way he moves on the ice. There's a kind of muscle memory in watching someone you played with for years, a familiarity in their stride the way you'd recognize someone's voice before you saw their face. He's got the junior players with him, 8 or 9 of them, 12 to 14 years old, buckets of pucks, and he's putting them through a basic passing drill with the ease of someone who's done it 10,000 times. I coast to the far boards and watch for a moment before he sees me. Tyler Mast. 12 years disappear. Not all the way, there's still the 12 years there, still the weight of them, still the specific complicated thing of knowing someone when you were both young and hungry and going to the same place together, and then watching that fall apart for one of you. But the years compress for a second and I'm 19 again and he's 19 and we're running 3-on-1 drills at 6 in the morning because neither of us could sleep. He sees me. His stick stops mid-motion. The kids notice. Then they notice me and the drill completely dissolves, 8 12-year-olds breaking formation to skate toward me with the collective energy of a small stampede. Whoa, whoa. Tyler's voice cuts through it. Finish the drill. 2 more rotations, then you can talk to him. They finish the drill. Badly, because they're distracted, but they finish it. Tyler skates over while the kids run the rotation. He looks at me the way you look at someone you once knew and now have to relearn, measuring, careful, not unfriendly but not warm either. The handshake when he gets to me is the kind of handshake that is doing a lot of work. Didn't know you were coming back, he says. Lockout, I say. I know about the lockout. He nods at the ice, the kids. This is what I do now. Junior coaching. I look at the kids running the drill. They're sloppy but they're working hard, which is the thing that matters at this age. They're good, I say. Some of them. He glances over his shoulder. Marcus is the one with the red helmet. He's got something real if he stays with it. I find Marcus, number 11, quick hands, already thinking a step ahead of where the puck is. Tyler's right. There's something there. You should skate with them, Tyler says. They'd lose their minds. I saw that coming the second I stepped on the ice. Probably. He almost smiles. Come on. I skate with them for 2 hours. It's not what I expected it to be. I expected to feel bored, NHL training versus junior drills, there's a gap there that's hard to bridge. Instead I feel something I haven't felt in weeks, useful. Not useful as a face on a poster or a name in a press release. Useful as a person who knows how to do something specific and can show someone else how to do it. I work with Marcus one-on-one for 20 minutes on his wrist shot. He's got the power but he's releasing too early, spraying high every time. When I show him the adjustment, small shift in the wrist at the follow-through, let the blade do the work, and he puts the next 3 shots exactly where I told him they'd go, he looks at me with his mouth open. Do it again, I say. He does it again. Same result. Again. He does it 7 more times. Every one goes where it's supposed to. How come nobody told me that before, he says. Because most people don't figure it out until their second year of juniors, I say. You're 12. He looks at the net. Then at me. Then at the net again. I can see the exact moment it clicks, not just the technical fix but what it means. What it could mean. Do it 50 more times, I say. Then we'll work on your backhand. Tyler watches from the far boards. When the kids go to change he skates over. They're going to talk about this for a month. The shot adjustment works. He's been releasing. I know, Tyler says. I've been trying to tell him that for 6 weeks. He sounds more tired than bitter. Just tired. He'll listen to you in a way he doesn't quite listen to me yet. That's just how it is. I look at him. Tyler Mast was supposed to be in the NHL. He was supposed to be there before me, he was 2 inches taller, 10 pounds heavier, and for 3 years of junior hockey he was the better player. Then his knee went in the playoffs the year before his draft and the injury didn't heal right and the scouts stopped calling and he was 20 years old with a reconstructed ACL and a life that had just gone a completely different direction than everything he'd planned for. I went to Chicago. He came back here. We've talked maybe 4 times since then. All of them awkward in a way that neither of us fully addressed. He starts picking up pucks. I help him. Neither of us says anything for a minute. You should help with the clinics while you're here, he says. If you've got time. The kids would. Yeah, I say. Okay. He looks at me sideways. Just like that. I've got nothing but time right now. I put a puck in the bucket. And I'm useful here. That's rarer than it sounds lately. He nods. He doesn't ask what I mean by that, which is why I said it. He's the one person in Ridgeback Falls I don't need to explain it to. He knows exactly what it feels like to have your identity stripped down to a single thing and then have the thing taken away. The difference between us is that his was taken permanently. We finish with the pucks. He carries the bucket to the edge of the rink. Almost like it's an afterthought, the way you say something when you want it to sound like nothing, he says, "You know June Calloway, the librarian?" I go still. Very slightly. "Yeah," I say. "I know who she is. She's great." He sets the bucket down. He doesn't look at me. Smart. Funny when she wants to be. She cares about this town in a way that's real, not just, performative. He picks up his water bottle. Takes a drink. We've been getting coffee. Pretty regularly. I look at the ice. Good coffee place in town, I say, which is not a response to what he said and we both know it. Yeah. He picks up the bucket again. He smiles then, and it's a real smile, but it's also something else. Something deliberate. The smile of a man who has placed a piece on a board and is waiting to see what you do with it. Anyway. Welcome home, Dane. Good to have you back. He goes through the side door. I stand on the empty ice for a moment. The refrigeration unit hums under my feet. The arena is completely quiet. A coffee cup someone left on the boards is steaming faintly in the cold air. I pick up a loose puck at my feet and shoot it at the empty net. It goes in clean, top right corner, exactly where I aimed. I skate to retrieve it. I do it again. And again. I drive home in the gray October afternoon and I think about Tyler's face when he said pretty regularly. I think about the way he set the bucket down. I think about June at the reference desk not looking up when I walked in, and June telling me about the van route and the permission slip woman, and June saying that remains to be seen like it was a door she was still deciding about. She doesn't do performative, Tyler said. Like he wanted me to understand something about her. Or maybe like he wanted me to understand something about himself, that he'd found someone worth being careful about. I pull into my mother's driveway. The porch light is on. Inside, the kitchen smells like dinner and my mother is at the stove and my sister Margot is at the kitchen table doing something on her laptop. She looks up when I come in and she grins, that gap-toothed grin that hasn't changed since she was 6 years old with cotton candy in her hair. "You smell like the rink," she says. "I was at the rink. Tyler texted me that you skated with the kids." She closes her laptop. "He said you worked with Marcus for 20 minutes. I shrug off my jacket. "Kid has a good shot. Tyler's been working with him since September. Tyler was releasing too early too." I sit down. In his case it was a habit from Junior. "You pick it up young and I stop. Anyway." Margot is looking at me with the expression that means she's about to say something I don't particularly want to hear. "What?" I say. "Nothing," she says. Too quickly. She opens her laptop again. My mother puts a plate in front of me. "June Calloway called about the fundraiser meeting," she says. "She wants to start planning sessions next week." I know. We set it up this afternoon. She's very organized. I noticed. My mother sits down across from me. She looks at me with that look, the one she used to give me before road trips when she was memorizing me in case I came back different. "She's a good person," she says. "Real good people, Dane." "I know," I say. "Tyler likes her," Margot says from behind her laptop. "Casual as anything." "I know that too," I say. Nobody says anything. My mother starts eating. Margot types something. I look at my plate. There is something happening in this kitchen that is completely unspoken and I am choosing not to engage with it. I eat my dinner. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. The Alphabet System. June's POV. Rules are not a personality flaw. I want to be clear about that. Rules are what happens when a person has learned, through specific, documented, occasionally humiliating experience, that things without structure do not go well. The library runs on rules. The after-school program runs on rules. My life, such as it is, runs on a system of clearly defined parameters that keep the manageable things manageable and the unmanageable things at a respectful distance. So when Dane Calloway shows up for our first planning session at 6:15 on a Tuesday, 15 minutes after I've locked the public doors, I have rules ready. I have written them on a notepad in blue pen. There are 6 of them. I have not numbered them because that would seem like I spent a lot of time on this. I did spend a lot of time on this. Sit down, I say. I gesture to the chair across the reference table. Not the one beside me. Across. He sits. He's carrying 2 coffees and a legal pad, and he has the look of a man who slept well, which I find slightly irritating because I slept badly and I don't know why and I don't want to think about why. You got me coffee, I say. You take an oat milk latte, he says. 2 shots, no sugar. He sets it in front of me. Cass told me. I look at the coffee. Then at him. You called Cass. I texted her. Why would you text Cass? Because I didn't want to get your order wrong. He opens his legal pad. Also, she told me you get irritable when the coffee's bad, which, fair warning, that's a direct quote. I pick up the coffee. It's the right temperature. I take a sip. It's exactly right, which means Cass told him to go to the good place on 4th Street and not the gas station on Main, which means this is a coordinated effort and I'm going to have words with Cass about what constitutes acceptable information sharing. Ground rules, I say. Go ahead. I give him the list. I run logistics. He handles public-facing work. We meet twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, after closing. All communications go through me before they go anywhere else. The library's name comes first on everything. And, this is the one I phrased most carefully, we keep the working relationship professional and contained. He listens. He doesn't write any of it down. He says, okay. That's it. Just okay. No negotiation, no pushback, no attempt to renegotiate the terms. Just, okay. You're not going to argue any of those? I say. Why would I? They're quite specific. They make sense. He uncaps his pen. I'm the outside element here. You know what this fundraiser needs better than I do. You should run it. He looks at me. The only thing I'd add is that if I think something's not working, I say so. And you tell me if you agree or disagree instead of just overriding me. I think about that for a second. It's reasonable. I don't love that it's reasonable. Fine, I say. We open the planning documents. I have a spreadsheet, 12 tabs, color-coded, with a master timeline down to the hour. He looks at it for a moment without speaking, the way people look at something more detailed than they expected. This is thorough, he says. The gala is 6 weeks out, I say. Thorough is how we don't miss things. No, I mean, he pauses. This is good. I've worked with event teams that couldn't pull this together in 3 months. I don't say anything to that. I pull up the event schedule on my laptop, the run of show I drafted last week, and turn it to face him. He reads it for a moment. Then he reaches across the table and picks up my printed draft copy. I watch him. He moves the literacy hour. He slides it in front of the auction, picks up my pen without asking, my pen, the blue one, and draws a small arrow. Then he draws another one, moving the children's presentation to the opening slot, before the sponsor remarks. He sets the draft back in front of me. I look at what he's done. That's my plan, I say. It's a better plan now, he says. You just moved the literacy hour in front of the auction. And the kids to the opening. He leans back. Look, the donors come in cold. They've had a free glass of wine, they're thinking about the drive home, they're not emotionally invested in what they're about to fund. You put the kids in front of them first, let them see an 8-year-old read a paragraph they worked on for 6 weeks, and by the time the auction starts those people are not thinking about their drive home anymore. He looks at me steadily. Adults with money need the kids to look happy and real before they open their wallets. It's not cynical. It's just how it works. I look at the revised schedule. The kids first, I say. Kids first. The literacy participants won't be in the opening, I say. They don't want that kind of attention. Some of them are, I stop. Privacy is important. They present in the middle section, only the ones who want to. Of course. He makes a note. What about the van display? You said you wanted a map. Visual. Something donors can stand in front of. The route, the families served, the townships. Make it real instead of abstract. We could do photos, he says. With permission. Donna's families, if anyone's willing. I look at him. He remembered her name. Donna's name. From the 40 minutes I talked in Hendrix's office, he retained Donna's name. I'll ask her, I say. My voice comes out more even than I feel. We work for 2 hours. It goes well, which I had not fully planned for. He's fast, not sloppy fast but genuinely quick, the kind of person who processes information at a speed that keeps up with the conversation without getting ahead of it. He has contacts I don't have, 3 potential corporate sponsors he can call directly, a sports media connection who owes him a favor and will cover the event for regional press, a catering company in the next county that did his team's charity dinner last year and gave them a nonprofit rate. I write all of it down. I do not thank him effusively. He doesn't seem to expect that. At 8:30 he starts putting on his jacket. I'm closing down the spreadsheet, making notes for the follow-up items, when I notice the book. It's on the corner of the table. The literary novel I handed him on Tuesday. It's sitting with the spine face up and a library receipt tucked inside as a bookmark, except, I look at the receipt. It's tucked 3/4 of the way through. More than 3/4. He's been here twice. The book is 400 pages. I hand-sold him 400 pages of the most emotionally demanding novel in my recent acquisitions, and he's 3/4 of the way through it in 4 days. He notices me noticing. It was good, he says simply. He nods at the book. Do you have the sequel? I look at him for a moment. There isn't a sequel. It's a standalone. Something moves across his face. Disappointment, actual disappointment, the kind you can't fake. There has to be a sequel. There isn't. The author's written 2 other novels, they're not connected, but the style is similar. Quieter than that one. What happens at the end? I'm not telling you. Read it. June. Read it, Dane. He looks at me. I look at him. There's something in it, not quite a standoff, more like 2 people who have discovered they speak a language neither of them expected the other to know and are still figuring out what that means. Do you have the other 2? He says. I go to the shelf. I know exactly where they are, I organized this section myself, I can find anything in this building in under a minute, which Cass calls obsessive and I call efficient. I pull the first one and bring it back to the desk and hold it out. He takes it. Our fingers don't quite touch. The corner of the cover grazes my knuckle, less than a second, nothing, and I feel it anyway in a way that is completely disproportionate to a corner of a book cover and I refuse to address it even internally. Same time Thursday, I say. Same time Thursday, he says. He goes. The door swings shut. The library settles back into its quiet, the particular quiet of a building full of books in the evening, warm and still and completely mine. I stand at the reference desk. I look at the revised event schedule on the table. His arrow in my blue pen. Kids first, then the van display, then the literacy hour, then the auction. It's better. He was right. I hate that he was right and I also don't hate it as much as I thought I would, and that is the thing I need to watch out for. I fold the schedule and put it in my planning folder. I put the planning folder in my bag. I go home. I do not, at any point in the 10-minute walk, think about fingers grazing the corner of a book cover. Not once. Twice at the most. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Ridgeback Falls Has Opinions, continues. Chapter 6. Ridgeback Falls Has Opinions. Dane's POV. On my 9th day back in Ridgeback Falls, someone posts a photo of me buying cough medicine. Not a candid, or not accidentally candid. It's framed. You can tell by the angle that whoever took it was standing behind the vitamin display and waited for the right moment, which was apparently me reading the back of a Dayquil box with my glasses on. I don't wear my glasses in public as a general rule because they're reading glasses and I look like someone's accountant, but the pharmacy lighting was bad and I needed to check the dosage, and now there are 947 people on the Ridgeback Falls community page who have an opinion about it. Dane being so humble and relatable, the caption says. It has a red heart emoji. The comments are worse. Mrs. Kowalski says I look tired and should be eating more zinc. Someone named Dirty Dangles 1987, who I'm fairly sure is Phil Garrett from my high school year, going by the hockey reference, says I'm faking being sick for sympathy. 3 separate people tag their cousins with some variation of LOL remember when we went to school with him. A woman I went on one date with in 2009 comments a single period and then, when someone asks why, says no reason and then doesn't elaborate, which is somehow the most unsettling response of all. I put my phone face down on my mother's kitchen table and eat my breakfast in silence. You look tired, my mother says from the stove. I'm fine. Are you sleeping? 11 hours a night. She turns around. She looks at me the way she looks at things she doesn't believe. You're not sleeping. You're lying in bed. Those are different things. She's right and I don't confirm it because she'll start suggesting chamomile tea and I'm not at that point yet. The problem with Ridgeback Falls is that it's 4,000 people who all knew me when I was 9 and have strong feelings about the distance between that version of me and this one. The problem with being Dane Calloway in Ridgeback Falls is that the town has built a version of me that lives here, the local boy who made good, the kid from 2nd Street who got all the way to the NHL, and that version is available 24 hours a day for photographs, opinions, and unsolicited wellness checks. I sign autographs at the gas station on Monday. Someone's kid is there waiting, specifically, like they knew I'd stop there, which means someone called ahead, and he's holding a jersey and a marker and looking at me like I'm the answer to a question he's been carrying. The jersey is a Falcons home jersey, number 11, my number. I sign it. I take the photo. The kid's father shakes my hand and says, "We watch every game, Dane. Every single one." He says it with the specific weight of a man who means more by it than the words. I say thank you. I mean it. I go back to my truck and sit there for a minute. I haven't played a game in 26 days. Tuesday I go to the diner for lunch because my mother's fridge has reached the point where I have to actually cook something and I don't want to cook something. I am there for 11 minutes before 3 different tables send over something, a slice of pie from the Hendersons, a coffee from someone who doesn't identify themselves, and a handwritten note from the couple by the window that says thank you for the 2019 playoff run. Our marriage survived it. Which I read twice trying to understand and then fold into my jacket pocket. The waitress, young, maybe 20, doesn't look like she's from here originally, takes my order and comes back with my coffee and says, completely conversationally, "Mrs. Henley says the stubble makes you look troubled." I look at her. "She called in the order this morning," the waitress says. "Mentioned it. I'm just passing it along." "Thank you," I say. "She also said you should call your mother more." "I live with my mother." That's what I said. She tops up my coffee. She didn't feel that was sufficient. I eat my lunch. I tip 30% because she delivered that information with genuine professionalism and that deserves recognition. By the end of the second week I have been photographed 14 times that I know about, mentioned in the Ridgeback Falls Gazette twice, and invited to so many dinners that my mother has started keeping a list on the fridge to manage the schedule. Rick calls every 3 days to ask about visibility. I post one photo of the arena ice, no caption, just the ice, early morning, empty, and it gets 12,000 likes in 4 hours, which Rick calls a win and which makes me feel nothing in particular. The only place I don't perform is the library. I don't plan for it to be that way. It just is. I start coming on the non-planning days, Mondays and Wednesdays, when June is there but we have no scheduled session, because I need somewhere to be that isn't my mother's kitchen or the diner or the arena where Tyler's kids treat me like a walking highlight reel. The first time I show up on a Monday with a book and sit in one of the chairs by the window, June looks at me from the reference desk and says, "Library card holders may use the reading room during open hours." "I have a library card," I say. "I know," she says. "I gave it to you." "Then I'm good." She looks at me for one more second. Then she goes back to what she's doing. That's it. No performance required. No autograph, no story, no question about the lockout. I'm a library card holder using the reading room during open hours. I sit in the chair by the window and read for 2 hours and nobody photographs me. It's the best 2 hours I've had in a month. I start coming every day they're open. She puts music on in the evenings after the last patron leaves and she's doing closing tasks, not background music, not something chosen for atmosphere. Real music. The kind of stuff that has edges to it, a voice that means something. I don't know most of it. I don't ask. I just listen while I read and she works and the library goes quiet around us the way a good room goes quiet when the right people are in it. One Wednesday I'm helping her stack the returns card. I started doing this around day 4, without being asked, because she was doing it alone and it goes faster with 2 people and I needed to move, when she says, without looking up, "You alphabetize wrong." There's a wrong way to alphabetize. You're doing it by first letter only. You need to carry through to the second and third letter or the shelf gets uneven in the M section. She holds out her hand without looking. "Give me that one." I give her the book. She slots it in the right place in approximately a quarter of a second. "How do you do that so fast?" I say. "I've done it every day for 3 years." She moves down the shelf. You stop thinking about it eventually. Your hands just know. "Like skating," I say. She pauses for a fraction of a second. "I suppose." "When did it stop feeling like work?" She thinks about it. Actually thinks, not just answers. "About a year in. I came in one morning before opening and I was shelving alone with the lights still half up and I realized I was happy." She says it plainly, like happiness is a fact and not a feeling. I wasn't trying to be. I just was. And I thought, okay. This is the thing, then. I look at her. What was the thing before? A different plan, she says. She takes the next book from the cart without elaborating. I don't push it. But I file it. The kid appears on a Thursday evening, 20 minutes after close. She's maybe 5 years old, red coat, one pigtail significantly lopsided compared to the other, standing inside the door looking at the children's corner with the expression of someone who has arrived somewhere important. She shouldn't be here. June locked the public door at 6. I don't know how she got in, but here she is, and she's walking toward the picture books with complete confidence. June comes out from the back and stops when she sees her. "Hey, sweetheart. We're closed." The kid ignores this. She pulls a picture book off the bottom shelf, where the Wild Things are, which is a solid choice, and carries it to the beanbag chair and sits down and opens it. June looks at her. Then she looks at me. I shrug. "Do you know her?" June says quietly. "Never seen her." June pulls out her phone, I assume to call someone, and the kid says, without looking up from the book, "Can someone read it?" I don't know all the words yet. I am closer to the beanbag. That's the only reason I go. I sit down on the floor next to it, because I'm too big for a beanbag chair at age 31, and I take the book, and I start reading. I do the voices. I don't mean to do the voices, it just happens, the way it used to when Margot was small and would con me into reading to her before bed. The Wild Things get deep growly voices. Max gets a determined, small person voice. The ocean gets a sound effect. The kid watches the pages with complete focus. She doesn't laugh, exactly, she makes a sound that's not quite a laugh and not quite a breath, something in between, every time one of the voices is particularly wrong. I do it more wrong on purpose. She makes the sound again. I read the whole book. Then she hands me a second one without asking, The Very Hungry Caterpillar, and I read that one too, doing a slightly manic voice for the caterpillar that makes her put her hand over her mouth. I am in the middle of the third book when I notice June. She's standing in the stack's entrance, one shoulder against the shelf, arms crossed. She's watching. Her face is doing the thing where she's controlling her expression very deliberately, the careful neutrality she uses when she's decided not to let something show. It's not working. Not entirely. There's a smile at the corner of her mouth. Small. Involuntary. The kind that gets away from you before you can stop it. She catches me noticing. She straightens immediately. She looks at the kid. "Okay, sweetheart. That's 3 books. Time to go home." She pulls out her phone again. What's your mum's number? The kid's name is Ivy. Her mother is 3 shops down at the alterations place and lost track of time and is at the library door in 4 minutes, apologizing with the breathless energy of a woman who has momentarily mislaid a child. Ivy is collected. The door closes. June goes back to closing tasks. I go back to my book. Neither of us says anything about it for a long time. Then, when she's getting her coat, she says without looking at me, the caterpillar voice was terrible. She liked it. She was being polite. She was 5, I say. 5-year-olds are not polite. They're brutally honest. If she didn't like the voice she would have told me. June is quiet for a moment. The wild things were good, she says. Flat, factual, like she's confirming a statistic. That's all she says. She picks up her bag. She tells me to make sure the side door is locked behind me. She leaves. I sit in the empty library for a moment. I look at the children's corner. The beanbag chair still has the small impression of a 5-year-old in it. The 3 books are stacked neatly where June put them when she tidied up. I put on my jacket. I get my book from the chair by the window, the second novel she gave me, the quieter one, which I'm almost through. I pick it up and flip to my page. There's a post-it on it. Pink, her handwriting, blue pen. The sequel's better than the first. Don't tell me if you disagree. I stand there under the half-lit reading lamps of the Ridgeback Falls Public Library and I read it once. Then twice. Then a third time, like the words might rearrange themselves into something less than what they are. There is no sequel to this book either. I checked. She knows there's no sequel. She wrote it anyway. I close the book around the post-it. I put it in my jacket pocket. I lock the side door behind me. I stand in the parking lot in the dark October cold and I look up at the sky, which is clear and very full of stars in the way it only gets in towns with no real light pollution. Rick wants me to stay visible. I have no idea what to do with any of this. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. What Tyler Knows. June's POV. Tyler Mast is easy to be around. I want to say that first because it matters and because I don't want to be the kind of person who doesn't give credit where it's honestly due. He's warm without being overwhelming. He knows everyone in Ridgeback Falls and everyone knows him, but he carries it differently than Dane does, not the returning hero, just a man who stayed and built a life and is genuinely glad to see you when you walk into the coffee shop. He asks real questions and he remembers the answers. When I told him 3 weeks ago that I was worried about the library's winter programming budget, he asked about it the next time I saw him without me bringing it up. That's not a small thing. We meet for coffee on Thursday mornings, when I come in late and he's done with early ice. It started as a practical overlap, same coffee place, same time, first by coincidence and then by arrangement, and it's become something I look forward to. He makes me laugh. He doesn't require anything from me. He's uncomplicated in a way that most things in my life are currently not. This particular Thursday he's already there when I arrive, 2 coffees on the table, the sports section of the paper folded in front of his side because he reads the actual paper, which is something I find both old-fashioned and oddly comforting. How's the planning? He asks when I sit down. Good, I say. We've got the venue confirmed and the caterer is coming in at a non-profit rate, which I didn't expect. 3 corporate sponsors confirmed, 2 more likely. Donors responding to the community angle. Responding to Dane's name on the invitation, I say. But yes. Also the community angle. Tyler nods. He drinks his coffee. Outside, the main street October goes about its business, the dry cleaner opening his awning, 2 women from the church quilting group walking past, a pickup truck taking the corner too fast the way pickup trucks always take that particular corner. He's good with the kids at the clinic, Tyler says. I heard, I say. Marcus apparently hasn't stopped talking about the wrist shot adjustment. Marcus is going to be good. Really good, if his family stays. He turns his coffee cup a quarter turn. Dane's got a natural way with them. Doesn't talk down. Doesn't perform for them the way some guys do when they come in with a big profile. He pauses. He just coaches. I think about Ivy and the beanbag and 3 picture books. I think about a Wild Things voice that was objectively terrible and a 5-year-old making a sound that was not quite a laugh. I think about the caterpillar was good and immediately put that away somewhere. The planning sessions are productive, I say. He knows what he's doing on the donor side. Tyler looks at me over his cup. What? I say. Nothing. He picks up the sports section. Puts it back down. How are the Tuesday through Thursday sessions going? Fine. Good. I wrap both hands around my cup. He's organized. Better than I expected. He restructured the event flow and I adjusted the schedule accordingly. You adjusted the schedule accordingly, Tyler repeats. It was a better structure, I say. I'm not going to use an inferior structure out of pride. Of course not. And he reads, I say. I don't know why I say it. It just comes out. Which, I didn't expect that. He came in twice this week on non-planning days just to read. He's on his 3rd book. 3 books in 2 weeks. He reads fast. What's he reading? Literary fiction, mostly. I gave him the first one and I stop. Tyler is looking at me. Not unkindly. Not pointed. Just looking, with that calm, slightly tired attention of someone who has been watching something develop and has decided it's time to name it. He came in twice this week, Tyler says. On the non-planning days. He's got nothing else to do. The lockout. There are other places in Ridgeback Falls to spend time. He says it evenly. The arena. The diner. His mother's house. He uses the library. He uses the library, Tyler says. The coffee shop makes its coffee shop sounds around us, the machine, 2 women at the back table, the bell above the door as someone comes in. Normal Thursday morning. Everything where it's supposed to be. I open my mouth. I'm not, I start. I didn't say anything, Tyler says pleasantly. The silence between us is not uncomfortable exactly. It's the silence of someone who has put a thing on the table and is leaving it there without forcing you to pick it up. I know he's only here until the lockout ends. I know that. I've known it since before he arrived. He didn't come back to Ridgeback Falls because he wanted to come back to Ridgeback Falls. He came back because the league canceled his schedule and this was the default, and the moment they call him back he'll load his truck and take the only road out of here the same way he did when he was 19. Some people are built for leaving. I established this. I have documentation. He's useful for the fundraiser, I say. That's the context. Tyler drinks his coffee. I appreciate you being, I know you were here first. With the coffee. I say it carefully. I appreciate that you're being straightforward about it. He looks at me for a moment. Something moves in his face, something honest and slightly tired. I like you, June. I mean that. I'm not trying to manufacture something between us if it's not there, but I'm also not going to pretend it's not there either. He sets his cup down. I just think you should know what you're walking into. That's all. I'm walking into a fundraiser, I say. You're talking about him, Tyler says, the way people talk about something that's already happening. I look at the table. I need to get back, I say. Thursday programming starts at 10. Of course. He stands when I do, which is a thing he always does that I notice and don't know what to do with, small courtesies, present and consistent. The kind that build up quietly over time. Same time next week, he asks. Same time, I say. I leave. The bell above the door rings behind me. Outside the air is cold and sharp and the walk back to the library is 6 minutes along Main Street, which is 6 minutes of telling myself to think about the programming schedule and the 2 remaining sponsor calls and the caterer's proposal I haven't finished reading. I am 3 minutes in when my phone buzzes. Unknown number. I almost don't read it. Then I do. This is Margot. Dane's sister. I got your number from the library website, the general contact. I hope that's okay. I stop walking. I want to say something and I need you not to tell him I said it. Can we agree on that first? I look at the message. I look at the street. A truck goes around me and the driver gives me a look that says I'm standing in a slightly inconvenient place. I don't move. I type, okay. The three dots appear. Disappear. Appear again. He talks about you. I don't mean in a mentioning the fundraiser way. I mean in a, I came downstairs at 11 last night and he was reading at the kitchen table and Mom said, good book, and he said, June recommended it, and then talked about the book for 10 minutes. He talked about a book, June. My brother. Who I have never once seen voluntarily read a book for pleasure in his adult life. The three dots again. I'm not trying to make this weird. I just thought you should know that from his side it's not just a fundraiser. That's all. I stand on the sidewalk. Another truck goes around me. This one doesn't bother with a look. The oak trees on Main Street drop leaves on the sidewalk around my feet. The water tower is visible from here, the letters starting to peel. 4,000 people. One road out of town. Everything exactly where it always is. I type, thank you for telling me. Then I delete it. I type, why are you telling me? Then I delete that too. I put my phone in my pocket. I stand there for another moment. Then I make myself walk, 1 foot, then the other, the 6-minute route I've taken every day for 3 years with my eyes open and my life in order and everything where I put it. He talks about the book. My brother, who I have never once seen voluntarily read a book for pleasure in his adult life. I open the library. I turn on the lights. I put my bag down in my office and I sit at my desk and I look at the wall for exactly 60 seconds before I pull out the planning folder and find the next item on the task list and I start on it because there is always a next item and the next item is the thing that keeps everything running and running is how I stay ahead of the things I can't afford to stop moving for. The phone in my pocket does not buzz again. I do not take it out to check. Twice. Maybe 3 times. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Overtime. Dane's POV. There's a kid at the clinic named Ben who cannot skate backwards. This is not, in itself, unusual. Half the kids at this age can't do it properly. The weight transfer is counterintuitive and the tendency is to just stop, look at the direction you need to go, turn around, and skate forward instead. Which works, technically. Which also means you'll never play defense at any level above recreational, because the game does not give you time to turn around and the guys you're covering know it. Ben is 11. He's been at every clinic session, which tells me his parents are invested or he is or both. He listens harder than most of the kids and tries harder than most of them and falls down more than all of them combined, specifically when skating backwards, because he's committing fully instead of hedging and full commitment means the falls are real. On the 3rd consecutive fall today I skate over and crouch down to his level. He's flat on his back on the ice looking at the rafters. You good? I say. My elbow hurts, he says. Yeah, that's the ice. I hold out a hand. He takes it. I pull him up. You're leaning too far back when you push. Your weight needs to stay centered or you've got nothing underneath you. I know, he says. Frustrated. 8 months of 11-year-old frustration in 2 words. You going to try it again? He looks at the length of ice between us and the far boards. Yeah, he says. He tries it again. Falls again. Different reason this time, he overcorrected, but he gets up without looking at me, which means he's not looking for permission to keep going. He just keeps going. I watch him from center ice and I think about June. This happens with a frequency that I have not fully examined and am not examining now because I'm at the clinic and there are 11 other kids who need attention and professional athletes do not examine things during active drills. We examine things in film sessions or at 3 in the morning or not at all, depending. I think about the way she annotates books. I know this because I picked up one of the reading copies she keeps at the reference desk, a working copy of something she loans out for the book club, and there are pencil marks in the margins. Not just underlining. Actual notes. Arguments with the text. The word no written 3 times on page 47 with increasing emphasis, and then, 2 pages later, okay fine with a small arrow pointing back. She has an ongoing disagreement with a novel she clearly loves, and she keeps both sides of the argument in the margins in her own handwriting. I think about the way she alphabetizes things under her breath. I've only caught it twice, it's not something she does loudly or consciously. It's a murmur. A way of organizing the world by speaking it quietly out loud so it's in the right place. I think about Tuesday, when she argued with me for 45 minutes about the alumni wall. It's going to look like vanity, she said. It's going to look like the town produced something. People don't need a wall to know what the town produced. Donors do, I said. Donors like to feel like they're investing in a place with a history. I'm not creating a monument to you. It's not about me. Put Coach Holt up there. Put the woman who ran the literacy program before you. Put the town doctor who's been here 40 years. She went quiet. I could see her considering it. Then she said, and you. If you want. I don't want. Put me at the end then, I said. Alphabetically. She looked at me. A beat. Calloway comes before Holt alphabetically. Then put me wherever you want, I said. I don't care about the placement. She built the wall the next day. She put me at the end anyway, which is not alphabetical and is therefore a deliberate choice, and I haven't said anything about it because I find I don't actually care about the placement and also because watching June make deliberate choices is something I've started to pay close attention to. Post-clinic, when the kids have gone to change and Tyler and I are collecting pucks, he skates over and doesn't pretend it's casual this time. She's good for this town, he says. He's not looking at me. He's looking at the ice, tracking down a puck that got wedged against the boards. June. She stayed when it was genuinely hard to stay. A lot of people who had options left. She had options, journalism degree, connections in the city, and she stayed anyway. He collects the puck. That matters. That's not nothing. I know what he's doing. I know the shape of this conversation because I've been in enough situations where the thing being said is not the thing being said. I understand subtext. I probably understand it better than Tyler thinks I do. I know, I say. She built something here, he says. Real thing. It's hers. It has her in it. I know that too. He looks at me. She doesn't do temporary, Dane. And there it is. Straight out, no subtext, just the actual sentence. I look at him. His face is steady. Not hostile. Tyler Mast has never been hostile even when he had the right to be, which is something I've always respected about him and something that right now makes this harder, not easier. He's not warning me off out of jealousy. He's saying something he believes is true because he thinks I should hear it before I do something that can't be undone. He's probably right. I pick up 2 more pucks. I put them in the bucket. I hear you, I say. Good, he says. I skate away because there is nothing else to say. Not yet, anyway. Not until I figure out what exactly I'm doing here, what this is, what it isn't, what it could be and what it can't, and I can't figure that out on the ice in front of Tyler Mast, so I skate to the far end and I run the wrist shot adjustment drill by myself for 10 minutes, the same motion again and again, the way you do when you need your body to be busy so your head can work. She doesn't do temporary. I know that. I knew it before Tyler said it. The question I haven't been looking at directly, the one I keep coming in at sideways, like you skate at a player when you don't want them to see where you're actually going, is whether I do. I get home at 7. The kitchen light is on, which means my mother is still up even though she usually watches her shows in the living room after dinner. I come in through the back and she's at the kitchen table with a mug and a photo album open in front of her. Old one, the spine is cracked and the plastic over the photos has yellowed at the corners. Late night, she says. Clinic ran over. Ben can't skate backwards. Ben Tillis. Carrie Tillis's boy. Probably. 11, works hard, falls a lot. That's Carrie's boy, she says with complete certainty, the way people in small towns confirm things. He'll get it. He's stubborn like his grandfather. I sit down across from her. I reach for the mug she's not drinking from, it's a spare, always a spare, she puts out a spare for whoever comes home, and pour from the pot she's already made. What are you looking at? I say. She turns the album to face me. It's the Halloween section. I have a powerful and specific memory of my mother photographing every Halloween from age 5 to age 14, and then again at 15 when Margot was born and Halloween became interesting again through her. This one, she says. She puts her finger on a page. I look. Me at 8. Hockey costume, the truly terrible one, the pads made out of cardboard and duct tape because we couldn't afford a real costume and I wanted to be on theme for my entire childhood. Gap-toothed grin, both arms up, completely thrilled with myself in the way that only 8-year-olds can be thrilled with themselves. It's a good photo. I've seen it before. But I'm not looking at the 8-year-old. In the background, barely in frame, you'd miss her if you weren't looking for her, there's a girl against the far wall. 16 maybe, tall, dark hair. She's not in costume. She's watching the room with the specific detached patience of someone who has been paid to be there and is counting down the hours. One shoulder against the wall. Arms loosely crossed. Looking toward the door, I think, or maybe just toward something outside the frame. I know that look. I've seen it across a reference desk. I've seen it when she's alphabetizing things under her breath and thinking about something else entirely. It's June. She was there. She was at my Halloween party when I was 8 years old, standing against the back wall in the Callaway living room, and I had absolutely no idea. I was 8 and she was the babysitter and she was furniture to me, same as she was furniture when I walked out of Ridgeback Falls at 19 with my duffel and my stick and my whole future and didn't look twice at the girl standing in the hallway. She's been in my peripheral my whole life. I stare at the photo. My mother is watching me with the quiet attention she uses when she already knows something and is waiting for you to catch up. How old was she here? I say. 16, I think. She'd been babysitting Margot since she was 14. My mother picks up her mug. Good kid. Responsible. She used to reorganize my pantry when she was bored. She still organizes things, I say. I know, my mother says. She organized the library's entire donation archive 2 years ago. On a weekend. Voluntarily. She pauses. She's the kind of person who does things because they need doing, not because someone's watching. I look at the photo. The 8-year-old me is grinning at the camera. June is against the wall looking at the door. We are in the same room and I had no idea. Mom, I say. Did you put this album out on purpose? She picks it up and closes it with the deliberate calm of a woman who has no idea what I'm talking about. I look at it every autumn, she says. I always have. I look at her. She drinks her tea. Good night, Dane, she says. I take my coffee upstairs. I sit on the edge of my too-small bed and I look at the water-stained ceiling and I think about an 8-year-old in a cardboard costume and a 16-year-old against a wall and 12 years and a legal pad with the van brakes circled in a single underline. She's been there the whole time. I've been the one not looking. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, The Unnamed Donor, continues. Chapter 9. The Unnamed Donor. June's POV. The donor records go back 11 years and they are a mess. Not my mess, I've only been here 3 years, and what existed before me is a combination of paper ledgers, 2 different spreadsheet formats that don't talk to each other, and 1 entire fiscal year apparently recorded in a notebook that someone's dog chewed the cover off of. I've been meaning to properly digitize the whole archive since my first month. I've been putting it off because there are always more immediate things and the records exist, they're just not clean. And something that exists but isn't clean is a problem for a future June who has more time. Future June has apparently arrived, because I need the donor history for the legacy wall and I need it accurate and I need it in 2 weeks. I take the archive box to my office on a Wednesday morning and I start. Most of it is straightforward. The recurring donors, the Ridgeback Falls Rotary Club, the Henderson Family Bequest, the Mills Annual Community Fund Contribution, all have clean paper trails and consistent giving histories that I can track and acknowledge properly. The one-off gifts are patchier but manageable. I build the spreadsheet tab by tab, year by year, and by noon I have 4 years reconstructed and the shape of the library's funding history is clear and actually not as bleak as the current moment makes it feel. There were good years. There was real community investment. Then I get to the 5th year back and I find the entry that doesn't fit. It's a wire transfer. $8,000, single payment, transferred from an account held by a legal firm in Chicago, Brennan and Associates, which means nothing to me, designated with a specific note in the transaction record, Children's Literacy Program and Rural Outreach Van, unrestricted use. No name. No contact. Anonymous. I stare at it for a moment. $8,000. 5 years ago. Right when, I checked the programming records from that year, which I have in a separate folder because I pulled them when I was putting together the grant applications, right when the literacy program was 3 months from being cut entirely due to a previous round of budget reductions. Right when the van was sitting on a service quote we couldn't fund and Donna was driving it anyway because she's the kind of person who drives a van with bad brakes rather than leave a route uncovered. $8,000, arriving in October of that year, saved both programs. I know this because I found the board minutes from that meeting in the Chewed Notebook fiscal year, and there's a line item, anonymous donor contribution secures literacy program funding through fiscal year end. Van maintenance approved. Someone in Chicago sent $8,000 to a small-town library they had no visible connection to, specifically designated for the 2 programs most at risk, and didn't leave a name. I sit with this for a full minute. Then I open a browser tab and look up Brennan and Associates, Chicago. Law firm, established 2001, 3 partners, general practice with a focus on sports and entertainment contracts. Their client list is not public, because law firms don't publish their client lists. But the specialty tells me something. It narrows the field. I close the browser tab. I look at the spreadsheet. I have a gala to build and 14 other tasks on my list and exactly 0 minutes to go down this particular path right now. The anonymous donor has stayed anonymous for 5 years. They will stay anonymous for another 2 weeks until I have time to look properly. I label the row in the spreadsheet, Anonymous, Chicago, Brennan and Associates, follow up. I highlight it yellow. I close the tab. I go back to work. I think about it 3 times during the afternoon programming session, which tells me my brain has decided it's a priority regardless of what I put on the task list. I'm running the after-school reading hour, 8 kids today, the usual mix, and I'm doing it with half my head because the other half is sitting with sports and entertainment contracts and Chicago and the specific arithmetic of who from Chicago would have any reason to care about the Ridgeback Falls literacy van 5 years ago. Caleb, who is 9 and reading at a level 2 years ahead of his grade, looks up from his book and says, "Miss Calloway, you have your thinking face." "I'm listening," I say. "You have your thinking face and your listening face and right now it's the thinking face," he says. With complete certainty. "Your listening face is more," he makes a vague gesture near his own eyes. "Thank you, Caleb," I say. "Keep reading." He keeps reading. I make myself stop thinking about the spreadsheet and pay attention to the 8 actual children in front of me who are doing the work they came here to do. After they leave, I lock up the programming room and go back to my office and I sit at my desk and I open the donor tab one more time. Brennan and Associates. Chicago. October, 5 years ago. 5 years ago Dane Calloway was 26. He'd been in Chicago for 3 years. He had a contract. I look it up without letting myself think too hard about the fact that I'm looking it up. He had signed with the Falcons at 23, solid mid-tier salary for his first 2 years, then a significant raise after his breakout 3rd season. 5 years ago he would have had money. He would have had a sports law firm. I close the browser. I close the spreadsheet. I stand up, put on my coat, and I do not think about this. I do not think about it on the walk to the coffee place or while I order or while I sit at the corner table and wait for the Thursday planning session. He arrives at 6:15 with the coffees and the legal pad and I look at his face when he walks in, that particular unreadable quality, the calm, and I think, you are a person who could do a thing like that and not want the credit for it. I think, I don't know if I'm reading this right. I think, I need to be careful about what I want this to mean. I open my planning folder. I keep my face even. We work for 90 minutes. The caterer's revised proposal. The seating chart for the donor dinner. The press coverage logistics, his contact at the regional sports desk is confirmed, and there's a journalist from a Toronto paper who wants to do a feature on the fundraiser angle, which I'm still deciding about. The Toronto piece could get us national attention, he says. I don't need national attention. I need $40,000. National attention can get you $40,000. National attention can also make this about you instead of the library, and then we've built something that goes away the moment you go back to Chicago. I look at him. I want something sustainable. Not a news cycle. He's quiet for a moment. Then he writes something on his legal pad. What if the feature focuses on Donna? And the route? The families. I look at him. Not me, he says. The van. The people it serves. I'm just the person who got it funded for one event. He taps the pad. That story has legs past the lockout. That story is still here in 5 years. I look at the table. I'll think about it, I say. We go back to the seating chart. I'm placing the last table when the spreadsheet tab comes back into my head. It's been there all evening at the edge of things, patient, waiting. I try to push it back. It doesn't push. He notices. I know he notices because he looks up from the legal pad and just waits. He does this, I've learned. He doesn't ask right away. He gives you the space to decide if you're going to say it. There's an anonymous donor in the records, I say. I say it to the seating chart, not to him. A wire transfer from 5 years ago. $8,000, designated specifically for the literacy program in the van. Right when both were about to be cut. Okay, he says. I can't find who it was. I look up. It came through a legal firm in Chicago. He doesn't blink. He doesn't move. He looks at me with exactly the same expression he always has, measured, attentive, giving nothing, and he says, some people just don't want the credit. $8,000 is a lot of money to give anonymously to a library you have no known connection to. It's not that much money, he says. To some people. To some people in Chicago, I say. To some people. He picks up his pen. Focus on the people who want the credit. They'll fill the room. He looks back at his legal pad. The Hendersons alone are good for 5,000, probably more if you show them the van photos. That's where your energy should go. I look at him. He's writing something. The pen moves across the page. His face is completely still. Not the stillness of someone hiding something, or maybe exactly that, and I'm not reading it right, and I've been in this chair for 3 weeks thinking I can read him. He's very good at deflection, some part of me notes quietly. The part that used to study people for a living before I decided that living in a library was easier than living in a newsroom. I should remember that. I write down the Henderson note. I close the seating chart. I tell myself the yellow highlighted row can wait, because it can, because I have 14 other things, because in 2 weeks the gala will be over and the programs will be funded, and whatever the answer is to the anonymous entry, it doesn't change anything practical. I tell myself all of that. I believe about half of it. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. The bet Cass makes. June's POV. Cass arrives at my apartment on Friday night with a bottle of wine and the expression of a woman on a mission. I know the expression. I've been on the receiving end of it twice before, once when she decided I needed to stop wearing exclusively cardigans, outcome, inconclusive, and once when she decided I needed to talk about Marcus, who was my boyfriend for 2 years and then wasn't, and who is the reason I know exactly what it feels like to be the woman who stays while someone else gets the good version of the life you planned together. That intervention involved significantly more wine and ended with me crying in a very controlled way for about 8 minutes before pulling myself together and making tea, which Cass still brings up as evidence of something. Tonight she puts the wine on my kitchen counter, takes 2 glasses from the cabinet without asking, pours both, and hands me one. Talk, she says. About what? She looks at me. Cass. You canceled coffee with me twice this week, she says. You only cancel coffee when you're either sick or avoiding processing something. You're not sick. She sits down at my kitchen table. Sit down, June. I sit down. I take a sip of the wine. It's a good one. She always brings the good one when she thinks the conversation is going to need help. You like him, she says. I don't. Your ears go pink when someone says his name. That is a circulatory. June. I close my mouth. I look at my wine glass. Outside, the October night is doing what October nights do, pressing cold against the windows, making the apartment feel smaller and warmer in a way that is either comforting or claustrophobic depending on your current emotional state. He's leaving, I say. I know, she says. The lockout ends, he goes back to Chicago. That's the whole story. I know that's the story, Cass says. She's using her careful voice. The one she uses on animals who are frightened and people who are about to make a decision they'll regret. It's the same voice, she's told me this herself, which she meant as a joke and which I found more clarifying than funny. I know he's leaving. That's not the same as not liking him. Those are two separate things and you keep putting them in the same box. They belong in the same box, I say. Liking someone who's leaving is just, it's preemptive loss. It's choosing something you already know is going to hurt. Sometimes, Cass says. Not always. In this case. She's quiet for a moment. She turns her wine glass in a slow half circle. Is it him specifically? Or is it the leaving? I look at the table. This is the question I've been not asking myself for 2 weeks and the answer is sitting right there, fully formed, waiting. It has been waiting since the Halloween photo. It has been waiting since Margot's text. It has been waiting, if I am being genuinely honest with myself, since the first Thursday planning session when he moved the literacy hour and I had to write down 2 of his points and the writing felt like a concession and the concession felt like something more than just being wrong about an event schedule. I watched him leave once already, I say. That was enough. Cass goes still. I refill my wine glass because this is the actual thing and saying the actual thing requires something to do with my hands. I was 17, I say. He was 19 and he was leaving and I was standing in his mother's hallway and he walked right past me like I was part of the wall. And the whole town was already building the story around him, the Calloway kid, the one who's going to make it, and I thought, that's what leaving looks like when it's real. Like nothing else matters. Like the place and the people in it are just the background to the main thing. He was 19, Cass says. I know he was 19. I look at her. I know it's not a verdict. I know people are different at 31 than they are at 19, I'm different, everyone is different. But I also know that I spent the year after Marcus doing exactly what I swore I'd never do, I waited. I stayed in one place and I waited and he moved on and I rebuilt myself from scratch, and I will not do it again. I put my glass down. I will not be the woman in the hallway waiting to be seen. Cass looks at me for a long moment. June, she says. He comes to the library on his days off. I know. He read 3 books in 2 weeks. I know. He circled the van brakes on his notepad and underlined them. Cass. I'm not saying it's simple, she says. I'm saying it's not nothing. And you know it's not nothing, which is why you canceled coffee twice and why you're sitting here on a Friday night talking about being 17 years old in a hallway. She leans forward. You are not the same person you were at 17. And he is not the same person he was at 19. Those are facts. She picks up her glass. The question is whether you're going to let 2 people who were basically children make the decision for 2 people who are not. I sit with that. The apartment is warm. The wine is good. Cass is looking at me with the steady, patient expression of someone who has been my best friend for 8 years and knows exactly where all the furniture is in my head and never pretends otherwise. I don't know how it would work, I say. Practically. He's in Chicago 10 months of the year. I'm here. The library is here. My life is here. I know, she says. I'm not doing long distance with someone who doesn't know what he wants. Also fair, she says. And Tyler. Tyler is a good man, Cass says. He is also not the reason you canceled coffee twice. I close my mouth. She's right. Tyler is a good man and he makes me laugh and he's uncomplicated and uncomplicated is something I genuinely value. But he is not the reason I spent 45 minutes arguing about an alumni wall. He is not the reason I have a post-it note in the front cover of a book I have read 4 times and have not moved from the corner of my desk where I put it down and keep not putting away. I don't know what I'm doing, I say. It comes out quieter than I meant it to. I know, Cass says. She reaches across the table and squeezes my hand once, quick and firm, the way she does things. That's why I brought the good wine. We finish the bottle. We watch something on television that neither of us fully follows. Cass leaves at 10:30 with the empty bottle and the look of a woman who has said what she came to say and is now done. I clean up the glasses. I put the kitchen back in order. I change into what I actually sleep in rather than what I would pretend to sleep in if someone were watching, and I sit on the edge of my bed with my phone face down in my lap and I think about Margot's text and Tyler's coffee table and a post-it note in blue pen and $8,000 from a Chicago law firm. I think about being 17 in a hallway. I think about being 29 and choosing, every day, to be here, not as a default, not as a failure to leave, but as a real decision made by a real person who looked at this town and this library and this life and said, yes, this is the one I want. I made that choice. I'm proud of that choice. I'm also, and this is the part one haven't said to Cass, the part one haven't said to anyone, I'm also a little tired of making it alone. My phone rings. I look at the screen before I answer and for a second I just hold it. The number is in my contacts now, filed under his name, added 3 weeks ago for fundraiser logistics and not for this, not for a Friday night call that has nothing to do with the gala. I almost don't pick up. Yeah, I say. Are you free tomorrow morning, he says. His voice is different on the phone, less the careful, measured thing I've started to map, more like something underneath it. Uncertain. The performance not quite in place. What time? I say. Early. 6:30. He pauses. There's something I want to show you. It's got nothing to do with the fundraiser. I look at the dark window. The October night pressing against it. I need a reason, I say. A beat. I don't have one, he says. Not a logical one. Another pause. I just think you should see it. I think, he stops. Starts again. I think it might matter. I turn and look at Cass's empty spot on the couch. I look at the wine glasses draining on the rack. I look at the corner of my desk where the post-it note is sitting in the front cover of a book I have read 4 times. I look at Cass's face in my head, the way she said, 2 people who are not children. Fine, I say. But I'm picking the coffee place. A pause. Then, yeah. Okay. 6:30, I say. Don't be late. I won't be late. I hang up. I put my phone on the nightstand. I lie down and look at the ceiling and I think, Cass is going to be insufferable about this. I think, I'll deal with that tomorrow. I think, you are allowed to be afraid of something and still walk toward it. Those are not mutually exclusive states. I think, 6:30. Don't be late. I don't sleep for almost an hour. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. The rink at 6 a.m. Dane's POV. I've been to this arena at least 10,000 times. I'm not exaggerating. From the time I was 6 years old until I was 17, I was here 4 to 6 mornings a week before school, every weekend, every school break, every holiday that Coach Holt would open the rink. I know this building the way I know my own name, the specific smell of the dressing room, the way the side door sticks in cold weather and you have to pull and lift simultaneously, the loose board in the second row of bleachers on the home side that makes a sound when you step on it. I've skated in arenas in 12 NHL cities and none of them feel the way this one feels at 6 in the morning when the ice is fresh and the lights are low and the whole building is completely silent. I've brought exactly one person here at this hour. I wait by the side door at 6:25 and I feel something I don't have a good word for. Nervous is too much. Expectant is too formal. It's somewhere in the middle, the same feeling I used to get in the tunnel before a big game, the moment before the ice appears, when everything is still about to happen and nothing has gone wrong yet and the whole shape of the next 2 hours is still open. She rounds the corner at 6:29. She has 2 coffees from the place on 4th Street and she's wearing a dark coat and her hair is up and she walks the way she does everything, with intention, like she decided to do this and is therefore doing it, no uncertainty in the movement even if it lives somewhere underneath. She stops in front of me. She holds out one of the coffees. Thank you for coming, I say. You said 6:30, she says. I'm on time. I know. I take the coffee. I said thank you. She looks at me for a moment. Deciding something. What are we doing here, Dane? Come inside, I say. I'll show you. The ice is what I wanted her to see. That's the whole thing, not a speech, not an explanation, just this. The rink at 6 in the morning, fresh flooded, the overhead lights at practice level so the surface catches the light without glaring. It's the most honest room I know. There is nothing in this building that wants anything from me. There is no performance required. There is no version of Dane Calloway that the ice needs me to be, not the brand, not the hometown hero, not Rick's visibility strategy, not the 31-year-old man who has been skating competitively since he was 5 and has no idea what he is when he stops. Just the ice. Just this. She stands at the boards and looks at it. It's beautiful, she says. Quiet. Not performed. She means it. Yeah, I say. I go to the bench, change into skates, come back to the ice. She stays at the boards with her coffee and she watches me push off, and for the first 10 minutes I don't do anything except skate. Long strokes, end to end, no drill, no purpose. Just the feeling of the ice under my edges and the cold air and the particular silence of an empty arena in the early morning. I don't look at her. I don't need to. I can feel her there the way you feel a presence in a room that matters to you, peripheral, warm, specific. I skate. After 10 minutes she says, "You look different when no one's watching." I slow. I coast to the boards. I stop 3 feet from where she's standing and I lean forward and rest my forearms on the top board and look at her. Different how? I say. She tilts her head. Studying me the way she studies the margin notes in her books, looking for the actual thing, not the surface. Like yourself, she says. Like a person and not a brand. I hold onto the board. It's the most accurate thing anyone has said to me in 3 years and it lands the way true things land, not like a compliment, not like criticism, just like the fact of it, sitting there, unmovable. Rick called yesterday, I say. Wants me to do a sponsored social post. Stay visible. I look at the ice. His word. Are you going to? Probably. I look back at her. I don't know what else to do. She's looking at me with that steady attention that I've stopped being unsettled by and started relying on in a way I haven't examined closely. She holds her coffee in both hands, the steam rising between us in the cold arena air, and she says, "What do you actually want, Dane?" I look at her. Not for the lockout, she says. Not for Chicago. Not what Rick wants or what the town wants or what the league wants. She's not pushing, her voice is even, genuine, asking something she actually wants the answer to. What do you want? Nobody has asked me that in 13 years. Not since I was 17 and Coach Holt sat me down in this same arena and said, "Tell me what you want and we'll build everything else around it." I said, "I want to play in the NHL." He said, "Good. That's enough to start." I have been building everything around that answer for 13 years. It's been enough. It's been more than enough. It got me the contract, the career, the 11 seasons, the playoff runs, the all-star selection. It got me everything I said I wanted at 17. I don't know what I want now. I know what I don't want. I don't want to go back to Chicago and be Rick's visibility strategy. I don't want to be the Dane Calloway Museum that Ridgeback Falls has built in my absence. I don't want to sign another autograph at the pharmacy. I don't want to be furniture for someone else's story or somebody's favorite hometown footnote. I want the ice at 6 in the morning. I want the after-school kids and Marcus's wrist shot and Ben on his back on the ice deciding to get up again. I want 2 hours in a library where the music is real and nobody needs me to perform. I want to be in a conversation where the other person asks what I actually want and then waits for the actual answer. I look at June. She's 3 feet away. Her breath comes out in small steady clouds in the cold air. She is not rushing me. She is not going to rush me. She would stand here all morning and wait for the real answer and she would know if I gave her the wrong one. I don't know, I say. That's the honest answer. Okay, she says. I know what it's not, I say. That's a start, she says. She holds my gaze for another moment. Then she looks at the ice, at the sweep of the empty surface, and something in her face opens slightly, something she doesn't usually let out, a kind of recognition. I spent a year after things went wrong, not knowing what I wanted either. I woke up every morning and I had the library and the programs and the budget fights and I was busy enough that I could go whole days without feeling it. The not knowing. She looks back at me. It passed. Eventually. I figured out the difference between what I wanted and what I was afraid to want, and those were different lists. She pauses. That's all I'll say about that. What made you figure it out? I say. She looks at me. A beat. 2. Someone asked me, she says simply. The arena is very quiet. I am holding the boards. She is 3 feet away. The ice is behind me and the cold is between us, and her coffee is steaming and her breath is visible, and I am 31 years old and I have stood in front of 20,000 people without my heart doing whatever it is currently doing. I open my mouth. Her phone buzzes. She looks down at it. I have to open the library. She straightens. She finishes the last of her coffee. I need 20 minutes to get there and unlock before the programming staff arrives. June. Thursday, she says. She's already moving, not running from something, just moving, because she has somewhere to be, because that's who she is, because the library opens at 9 and she's the one who opens it. At the side door she turns back. She's not smiling exactly. Something just passed the edge of it. Same time Thursday, she says. And bring better coffee. That place on 4th is fine, but there's a new place on Maple that's. I'll find it, I say. Good. She looks at me. He's at the boards. I'm at the door. 20 feet of cold arena air between us. You should skate more, she says. You look like yourself when you do. She pushes through the door. It swings shut. The side door click echoes in the empty rink. I stand at the boards holding onto the top rail, and I look at the door and I look at the ice and I look at the door again. I have just skated directly into a wall. Not literally, literally I am stationary, holding a board in an empty Ontario arena at 6:45 in the morning. But something has happened and it is not small, and I have been telling myself for 3 weeks that it is manageable and contained and situational, and the lockout ends and Chicago is there and everything goes back to the shape it had before. I look at the door. You look like yourself when you do. I am in serious trouble. I push off the boards. I skate. End to end, long strokes, the ice giving back exactly what I put in, the cold filling my lungs. I skate until my legs burn and the arena fills with gray morning light coming through the high windows and Coach Holt's Bronco sounds in the parking lot outside. I skate and I think about a woman who stayed when she could have left and built something real from the choice. I think about what I chose and what it cost and what I still don't know how to want. I think, 2 lists. What you want and what you're afraid to want. I think, I should figure out which one she's on. I already know the answer. That's the problem. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12, Tabloid Season, continues. Chapter 12. Tabloid Season. June's POV. I find out at 7 in the morning, before my first coffee, which is the worst possible time to find out anything. My phone is on the nightstand and I reach for it out of habit, not because I expect anything, just because that's the first thing I do, check the time, silence any overnight emails, put it back down and get up. Normal Wednesday. Gala 4 weeks out, caterer contract to finalize, 2 donor calls in the afternoon. The notification at the top of my screen is from a number I don't recognize. A link. No context, just the link, and below it, saw this. Thought you should know. M. Pemberton. Mrs. Pemberton. 73 years old. Up at 7 on a Wednesday, sending links. I click it. The headline is, NHL Stars Secret Small-Town Romance. Dane Calloway's Lockout Love Life. I read it once. I put my phone face down on the nightstand. I pick it up and read it again. The article is on a hockey gossip blog, the kind of site that exists specifically to turn the non-story parts of athletes' lives into something people click on during lunch. The author's name is a byline I don't recognize. The photos are from the arena's public Instagram, pictures I've seen, the junior clinic posts Tyler puts up, but cropped. Cropped specifically to put Dane and me in the same frame, at the boards, from that one morning. We're talking. We're 3 feet apart. The framing makes it look like something it wasn't. Or something it was and I haven't named yet, but that is not the point right now. There's a screenshot of a text exchange. I stare at it. It's partial, the message visible is something like she's different from the others, you can just tell, and the screenshot is angled badly, taken of a phone screen by another phone, deliberately obscured so you can't see who sent it. Someone in this town took a screenshot of their own private conversation and sent it to a gossip blogger. The article says, blossoming relationship. It says, small-town librarian who caught the hockey star's eye. It says, sources close to Callaway suggest the lockout has given him time to reconnect with his roots, and perhaps a certain someone. I put the phone down. I get up. I make coffee. I stand at the kitchen counter while it brews, and I do the thing I do when something has happened that I need to manage. I sort it. What is the actual problem? What are the actual consequences? What can be controlled and what can't, and in what order do I address the things that can? The actual problem: a story exists. It is factually thin and emotionally inflated, and it connects my name to Danes in a way that has nothing to do with the fundraiser and everything to do with optics. The actual consequences: the council will call. The local paper will want a comment. People in Ridgeback Falls will talk, because people in Ridgeback Falls always talk, and they will talk about this with the specific energized interest of a town that has been waiting for its favorite story to develop a romantic subplot. What can be controlled? My response, my public posture, the galla's positioning relative to this. What can't? The fact that the story exists. The fact that someone in this town gave it to them. My phone buzzes. Cass, June. Then, June. Then, have you seen? Then, oh no, you've seen it. Then, are you okay? Then 12 more, escalating in capitalization and punctuation density, until the last one, which is simply, call me. I don't call her. I drink my coffee. I check my library email on my laptop. 37 new messages since midnight. 37. I scroll through them without opening most. A few are genuine donor inquiries forwarded from the library's public site, a few are clearly people who found the email address from the article and are writing to express opinions I didn't ask for, and 3 are from council members. One of those 3 is the chair. I close the laptop. I get dressed. I go to the library. I open it 17 minutes early, and I sit at the reference desk and I wait, because there is nothing else to do, and because this library is my ground and I am not going to let a gossip article make me feel like a stranger in it. By 9 the local paper has called twice. By 9:15 the council chair has left a voicemail that is carefully worded in the way that people word things carefully when they're trying to decide if they're angry or just concerned. By 9:20 Cass is standing in the doorway with 2 coffees and the expression of someone who has been waiting since 7 to be useful. I'm fine, I say, before she opens her mouth. I know you're fine, she says. That's not why I'm here. She puts 1 coffee on the desk. I'm here because you do better when someone else is in the room. I take the coffee. She's right about that. I do better when someone else is in the room because I perform competence very effectively under observation, and right now I need to be competent. Did you see the photos? She says. I saw them. They're the arena boards ones. From that morning. I know. June, she starts. The door opens. Dane. He's in the clothes he threw on in a hurry, not the careful jacket, just a dark shirt and jeans, no coffee in hand. He's walked fast from somewhere and his face is doing the controlled thing, the thing I've learned to read, the jaw set, the eyes very still, everything in him pulled to its quietest because the alternative is something he won't allow in public. He's furious. Quietly, completely furious. He looks at me. I'm sorry, he says. I'm going to issue a statement. Don't, I say. June, this is my. Don't, I say again. I say it the same way both times. Even. Clear. Sit down. He doesn't sit down immediately. He stands in the doorway and looks at me with the jaw still set and something in his eyes that is past fury, something rawer underneath it, something that looks more like guilt. Someone in this town gave them photos, he says. Someone gave them a screenshot of a private conversation. I will find out who. You will do nothing, I say. Sit down, Dane. He sits. Cass takes 1 quiet step backward toward the stacks, which is her version of giving US space while still being present, which I appreciate. Listen to me, I say. If you issue a statement, any statement, denial, clarification, whatever Rick tells you to post, you make it a story. Right now it's a gossip blog that 3,000 people read and a handful of local busybodies. The moment you respond officially, it becomes the NHL player denying the small-town romance, which is a better headline than the original one, and it runs for another week. I look at him. A non-story gets buried in 48 hours. A response keeps it alive. He stares at me. Something shifts behind his eyes. You're protecting me. I'm protecting the gala, I say. He looks at me for a long beat. We both know that's not all of it. He knows and I know and Cass definitely knows from wherever she is standing in the stacks, and none of us say it. The council chair called, I say. I'll call her back this afternoon and I'll tell her there's nothing to address, the fundraiser is on track, and that responding to gossip blogs is not how this library operates. She'll accept that because the alternative is making herself look credulous. I pick up my pen. Tyler knows. He texted me an hour ago. What did he say? Nothing. A pause. He just sent the link. I write down the council chair's name on my notepad. Then the paper editor's. Then a third name, the name I've been thinking since I clicked the link at 7 in the morning, the name that keeps coming back, the name of the one person I can think of who has both access to private conversations in this town and something to gain from this story existing. I don't say the name out loud. Not yet. I'll handle the local paper, I say. You don't comment. Not to them, not to anyone. If Rick calls you wanting to leverage this for visibility. Rick already called, Dane says. I told him no. I look at him. I told him no, he says again. Flat. Final. This is your library. This is your name on that article. I'm not letting anyone use it. He looks at the desk between us. I'm sorry this happened. I look at him for a moment. His hands are on the table, big, still hands, not quite relaxed. He's here because he wanted to fix something and I've just told him he can't fix it by doing the obvious thing and he's sitting with that, letting me lead, and it costs him something to do that. I can see it costing him. It'll be buried by Friday, I say. And if it's not? Then we deal with Friday on Friday. I open the donor folder. Right now I have 2 calls this afternoon and a caterer contract. Do you have the revised venue layout? He reaches into his jacket pocket. He pulls out a folded printout. He puts it on the desk. You brought the layout, I say. I knew you'd need it. I unfold it. He watches me review it. Cass comes back from the stacks with her coffee and a tactful expression and says she has to get to the clinic and squeezes my shoulder on the way past, which is her way of saying many things at once without saying any of them. The door closes behind her. The library settles. Thank you, I say. Not for the layout. He knows not for the layout. Don't thank me yet, he says. I still want to find out who did it. Leave it, I say. He doesn't say he will. He says, I'll try, which is different, and I accept it because it's honest. He leaves at noon. I do the council call, the paper call, 3 donor emails, the caterer contract, and the afternoon literacy session. By 5 o'clock the article has not gotten worse. By 7 it's already being pushed down by something about a different athlete in a different city, which is how these things work. One story bumps another and the news cycle moves on and the people who needed it to mean something find the next thing to need. I lock up. I walk home. The October evening is cold and clear and the streetlights are on and Ridgeback Falls is exactly what it always is, quiet, contained, mine. I get to my door. There's a note on the floor inside. Folded. No envelope. Slipped under the door. I pick it up. 7 words, block printed in blue pen on plain white paper, people like Dane Calloway don't stay. You should know better. I stand in my hallway and I read it once. Then again. The handwriting is block printed deliberately, the kind of printing that obscures. But I've been looking at donor records and planning documents and margin notes for weeks and I have spent 11 years in this town reading the things people put in writing. I have a strong feeling about who this came from. A strong, cold, specific feeling. I fold the note. I should throw it away. It's designed to sting and I'm not going to let it sting and the correct response to anonymous cruelty is to put it in the bin and move on. I put it on the kitchen counter instead. Under my phone. I don't know why. Something in me that is not the rational, task-listed, planning folder part of me wants to keep it. Wants to look at it again later. Wants to remember, when I'm feeling generous, that someone in this town felt threatened enough by my choices to write a note and slide it under my door in the dark. People like Dane Calloway don't stay. I know that. I've known that since the beginning. That is the whole point. I make tea. I sit at my kitchen table with the note under my phone and the cold pressing against the windows, and I think, you should know better. I do know better. I'm just not sure that's the same as wanting to. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. What gets said in kitchens. June's POV. Bev Calloway calls on Monday and invites me to dinner on Wednesday and says it like there's nothing unusual about it, which means someone told her to make it sound like nothing unusual. I say yes because I genuinely like Bev, and because saying no would require an explanation I don't have, and because the part of me that has been making careful, self-protective decisions for 3 years is tired in a way I don't fully know what to do with. I bring wine. Not the expensive kind, the good everyday kind that says I'm a real person coming to your table rather than I'm trying to impress you. I know the difference. I knock at 6. Margot opens the door before I've finished knocking, which means she was waiting by it, which tells me everything I need to know about how spontaneous this invitation was. June, she says. She grins with her whole face, the gap-toothed Calloway grin that she and Dane share, the one that looks honest because it is. Come in. It smells incredible in here, Mom's been at it since 4. You didn't have to, I say to Bev, who appears from the kitchen in an apron. I wanted to, Bev says. Sit down. Dane's just finishing up in the shower, he lost track of time at the arena. I sit at the kitchen table because that's where Bev points, and because the Calloway kitchen has always had a specific gravity. It pulls you in and holds you, the way rooms do when generations of people have been fed in them and argued in them and cried in them and come home to them. Margot sits across from me with her elbows on the table and the expression of someone who has things to say and is deciding in what order. The article died, she says. It did, I say. I know who wrote the note, she says. I look at her. So do I. Council member, she says. Hendrix's whole left flank. They wanted the library funding cut so the money could go to the arena renovation they've been pushing for 2 years. A scandal kills the gala, no gala means no library funding, library closes quietly, arena gets the budget line. She says it with the flat matter-of-fact anger of someone who has lived in a small town long enough to understand its internal politics down to the bone. They used the article as cover and the note as a warning. I know, I say. Are you going to do something about it? The gala is going to happen, I say. That's my response. She looks at me for a moment. Then she nods, a single, decided nod, the same kind her brother does. Good, she says. Dane comes downstairs at 6:15 in a clean shirt and his hair still slightly damp, and he stops in the kitchen doorway when he sees me, and something happens in his face, not surprise, more like, there you are. Quick. Gone before he decides to do anything with it. You came, he says. Your mother invited me. I know she did. He moves to the counter, picks up the wine I brought, looks at it with approval he doesn't announce, and goes to find the opener. Bev puts dinner on the table and we sit, all 4 of us, Bev at the head, Margot beside her, me across from Dane, and it's the kind of meal that feels like something it's pretending not to be. The food is too good for a casual weeknight. Margot keeps steering things. She's subtle about it, which means she thinks she's being subtle, which means she's not quite as subtle as she thinks. Remember when June used to babysit? Margot says, approximately 45 seconds into the main course. Margot, Bev says, in the tone of someone who has been waiting for this. What? It's a nice memory. Margot spears a potato. She used to let me stay up past my bedtime if I was quiet about it. I did not, I say. I let you stay up 15 minutes past your bedtime if you were reading. That's the same thing. It's not remotely the same thing. Dane was terrible, Margot says. To Dane, you were so bad to her. I was 8, Dane says. I was 6, I say. I mean, he was 8, I was 17. You hid her shoes, Bev says, to Dane. In the oven, I say. The first time. The second time was the ceiling tiles, Bev says. I remember the ceiling tiles, I say. I had to get a chair from the basement. Dane is looking at his plate. His jaw has the quality of a man who is losing a gentle argument with his entire family and has accepted the result. It was a very low ceiling, he says. It was not a low ceiling, I say. I was also 8, he says. The second time you were 9, I say. He looks up. There's something in the look, something that has nothing to do with shoe hiding or low ceilings. It's the same thing that was in his face in the doorway 20 minutes ago. There you are. Settled. Certain. Like he's been looking at something for a while and has just confirmed what it is. I was not easy, he says. He says it directly, to me, and it's quiet enough that Bev and Margot keep talking to each other for a moment. The shoe thing, all of it. You were patient with me. I remember thinking you were bossy. He holds my gaze. I was wrong about that. You were 8, I say. I was wrong about it at 25 too, he says. I just didn't know it. I look at him. The kitchen is warm and loud with Bev and Margot picking up their own thread and the specific good smell of a real home-cooked meal in a house where someone actually lives, and Dane is across the table from me saying the most unguarded thing he's ever said in a voice that's just for me. I don't know what to do with it. So I pick up my fork and I say, the literacy program display, I've been thinking about the Donna section. Can we go over that after dinner? He knows what I'm doing. He lets me do it. Yeah, he says. After dinner. POV shift to Dane. I watch her talk to my mother for 40 minutes after the dishes are cleared and I stop pretending I'm in this conversation for any reason except her. It's the ease of it. That's what I can't stop looking at. June at my mother's table, not performing, not managing, not doing the thing she does at the library where she's always slightly aware of herself as the person in charge of the space. Here she's just a person having dinner. She argues with Margot about a book they've both read. She asks my mother about the community center project and means it. She eats seconds without making a thing of it. She laughs at one of Margot's bad jokes, a real laugh, the surprised kind, the kind she doesn't usually let out. This town fits her. Not because it's easy or because she's settled, I know enough now to know it's neither of those things. It fits her because she made it fit. She chose this place and she pressed herself into it and she built something real inside it, and now it has her shape and she has its shape and you can see that in every room she walks into here. I chose to leave. She chose to stay. I've been turning that over for weeks and I still can't settle which took more from the person doing it. When Margot starts clearing the coffee cups, a strategic exit, not subtle, not intended to be, I say I'll walk June home. She doesn't object. She says goodbye to my mother, who hugs her longer than a casual dinner goodbye requires, and I get my jacket and we go out the back door into the cold November evening. We walk 2 blocks without talking. The street is lit and quiet. A cat sits on someone's porch railing and watches us go past with the severe indifference of cats. Tyler likes you, I say. It comes out before I've decided to say it. That's been happening more, things I haven't decided on yet finding their way out when she's next to me, as though she has a way of making the careful management of what I say less automatic. I know, she says. She says it evenly. Do you? I say. She slows. She stops. 2 seconds of just the street, the cold, the sound of a car on Main 2 blocks over. That's a strange question, she says. It's a real one. She looks at me. I look back. The streetlight is behind her and her face is in partial shadow and her breath is visible in the cold and she is looking at me with the expression I have come to understand is June at her most honest, no management, no deflection, just whatever is actually true sitting right there in her face with nowhere to hide. She doesn't answer. June. Good night, Dane, she says. She turns and walks the last half block to her building and she goes in without looking back, which is not the same as not wanting to look back, and I stand on the sidewalk and I watch her door close and I tell myself to leave. I don't leave. Her upstairs light comes on, the warm one, the reading lamp. I watch it for a moment. Then another moment. Then I make myself walk. I get halfway down the block and I stop again. I stand there in the cold with my hands in my pockets and I look at the light in her window. 5 minutes. I stand there for 5 minutes before I make myself move. I am 31 years old and I am standing on a sidewalk in Ridgeback Falls looking at a lit window in November. The worst part is I'm not embarrassed about it. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. The clinic incident. Dane's POV. Marcus doesn't show up for the first 20 minutes of clinic on Thursday, and when he does he's late and quiet in a way that has nothing to do with the ice. I notice because I've been watching Marcus since week 1 the way coaches watch particular kids, not obsessively, just with a running awareness in the background. He has the specific quality that good players have before they know they're good players, total focus on the puck when it's near him, and an impatience with himself when it isn't. He corrects his own form between drills. He watches the older kids on the far ice when we're on a water break. He's there because he wants to be there, not because a parent dropped him off. Today he's present in body and nowhere in particular in every other way. He goes through the drills mechanically. The wrist shot is gone, not the mechanics, which are solid now, but the decision in it, the intent. He's shooting like someone doing homework. He falls twice on crossovers and doesn't get up with his usual speed. I run the session and I watch him and I wait. After I dismiss the group, Tyler takes the younger kids to work on stops and I pull Marcus to the far boards with a puck. "You're somewhere else today," I say. He looks at the ice. "I'm fine." "I didn't say you weren't. I set the puck between us. You want to work or you want to stand here?" He looks at the puck. He picks it up on his stick. He doesn't do anything with it. "We're moving," he says. Just like that. Flat. "My dad got a job up north. Stanhope. We leave after Christmas." I look at him. He's 13. He's holding a hockey puck and he's trying very hard not to look like someone whose world has just been reoriented around an axis he didn't choose. I say, "Ridgeback Falls is just a stepping stone anyway. You'll find your game wherever you land. There are good programs in Stanhope, good junior leagues." He shuts down. Right in front of me. The posture changes, shoulders up, head down, eyes on the ice, and the conversation ends as completely as if he'd skated away. I stop talking. I look at the closed face of a 13-year-old who just heard the wrong thing from someone he trusted to say the right one. Ridgeback Falls is just a stepping stone. I said that to a kid who has been skating on this ice since he was 6 years old, who knows every board in this building, who has been in this arena more hours than he's been anywhere else. I said it like it was a comfort. Like diminishing the place he loves was going to make leaving it easier. I know better than that. I know better because someone said something similar to me once, a coach, early days in Chicago, trying to help me feel okay about being away from home, and I smiled and nodded and went back to my room and felt the specific loneliness of having the thing you needed to say held seriously be made small instead. "Marcus," I say. He skates off. He joins the drill Tyler is running and he doesn't look back at me. I go to the library at 4. I don't tell her why. I come in, I sit across the reference desk from June, and I say, "I said the wrong thing to a kid today." She looks up from her screen. She reads me for a second. "Tell me." So I tell her. The whole thing, Marcus's news, what I said, the way he shut down, the drill he skated off to without looking back. She listens the way she always listens, with her full attention and without the impulse to fix it before I'm finished. When I stop she's quiet for a moment. Then she says, "What were you actually trying to say to him?" "That it would be okay," I say. "That hockey doesn't stop because you move." "But that's not what he's scared of," she says. I look at her. "He's not scared about hockey," she says. "He's scared about here. About this building and these people and what happens to all of it after he leaves." She pauses. She's looking at her shelves, the ones she's organized and reorganized and has memorized in the dark. "He's scared of being forgotten." She says it quietly. "Some people are." I look at her face. She's not talking about Marcus and we both know she's not talking about Marcus, and she's not looking at me when she says it, which tells me she knows I know. "I never forgot Ridgeback Falls," I say. She looks at me then. "I know," she says. "But you forgot to look back." It lands clean and quiet, the way the most honest things do. Not cruel, she doesn't say it to wound me. She says it because it's true and because she's the kind of person who believes you deserve the truth even when it's not comfortable, and because somewhere in the last 6 weeks she has moved from managing me at a professional distance to something else that neither of us has named. I sit with it. "How do I fix it with him?" I say. "You don't fix it," she says. "You sit with him in it. That's different." She goes back to her screen. You told him it didn't matter. Now you have to go back and tell him it does. I go back to the arena at 5:30. Marcus is there. I don't know why I expected him not to be. This is where he is when things are hard, same as it is for me. The rink is empty except for him, working alone at the far end, shooting pucks at the net with a repetition that looks less like practice and more like something else. Like using the motion to keep from having to be still. I change into skates and I go out. He sees me coming and he lines up another shot. It goes wide. I don't go to center ice. I go to the bleachers, the first row, home side, the spot where June sits on the mornings I ask her to come. I sit there. I watch him. He shoots 3 more pucks. Wide, wide, crossbar. Then he stops. He looks at me across the ice. You don't have to come back, he says. I'm fine. I know you're fine, I say. That's not why I came back. He holds his stick with both hands and looks at the net and doesn't say anything. I said the wrong thing earlier, I say. I told you it was a stepping stone. That was wrong. Nothing. This place is not a stepping stone, I say. I grew up on this ice. I've been in 14 NHL arenas and I still think about this building. I look at the boards, the lights, the specific quality of the cold in here that I know like my own hands. I know exactly what it costs to leave something that's yours. Marcus looks at the ice. He lines up a puck. He doesn't shoot it. Tell me what you're actually scared of, I say. A long moment. He shoots the puck. It goes in, the same top right corner I showed him, clean, exactly right. He watches it hit the back of the net. That no one will remember I was good here, he says. His voice is matter-of-fact in the way of 13-year-olds who are working hard not to sound like they're 13. That after I go, it's like I was never, like I didn't count. I look at him. I know exactly what that feels like, I say. Very quietly. He looks at me. Something shifts in his face. I left this town at 17, I say. I didn't come back for months. And the whole time I was gone I kept thinking, do they still, is it still, I stop. It's still here. You'll still be here, in this building, in the record, in the people who watched you. That doesn't leave when you do. You can't know that, he says. Coach Holt knows your name already, I say. He's been coaching kids for 40 years and he knows yours. That's not nothing, Marcus. He turns the puck over with his stick. Then again. What if I'm not as good up there, he says. You will be, I say. And even if there's an adjustment, even if it takes a season, you will be. I lean forward. The wrist shot doesn't care what town you're in. He almost smiles. Not quite. Close. I stay in the bleachers. He shoots more pucks. We talk about things that have nothing to do with hockey, about Stanhope, which I know a little, about the drive north, about whether his dad's new job is something his dad actually wanted or just something that happened. We talk the way you talk when the conversation is actually about something underneath and you're both being careful with it. When the rink goes to its overnight dim and Tyler comes through to lock up, Marcus has hit 18 consecutive shots in the top right corner. He doesn't announce it. He just skates off and collects the pucks and tells me he'll see me Tuesday. Tuesday, I say. I stay in the bleachers after he's gone. I look at the empty ice. I think about what June said, you forgot to look back, and I think about 17 and 19 and 12 years of looking forward at the next game, the next season, the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. I think about what it costs to leave something that's yours. I think about the question I haven't asked myself directly yet, the one that's been sitting in the corner of every room I've been in for 6 weeks, patient, waiting, completely certain that eventually I'm going to have to stand in front of it and answer it honestly. What are you going to do about it? I sit in the bleachers in the empty rink in the November dark and I don't have the answer yet. But for the first time since the lockout started, I'm actually asking the question. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, The Night of the Almost, continues. Chapter 15. The Night of the Almost. June's POV. We finish the run of show at 9:15 and neither of us leaves. That's the thing I notice first. The session is done, the folder is closed, the timeline is confirmed and the task list is updated, and there is no practical reason for either of us to still be sitting at this table. And yet, Dane has his coffee and I have mine, and the library is dark except for the reference desk lamp and the reading lamps by the window, and the town outside is the specific quiet of a weeknight in November when the cold has sent everyone inside. He asks about the book he finished yesterday, the second one, the quieter one, and I answer, and then I'm talking about the author's first novel, which I read in my second year at university and which broke something open in me in a way I still think about. He's listening. He always listens like this, fully forward, no part of his attention elsewhere, and I've stopped being unnerved by it and started talking into it, which is its own kind of unnerving. You've been reading everything I mention, I say. I only just noticed. I have been, he says. He doesn't sound apologetic about it. Why? He holds his coffee cup with both hands. You talk about books the way I talk about hockey when I'm not being careful. Like they're the real thing. The actual language you think in. He looks at me. I wanted to understand what you were saying. I look at the table. What did you want to be, he says. Before the library. I don't answer immediately. The question is simple enough, but the answer has edges I don't usually let people near. A journalist, I say. Investigative. I had a degree, a placement lined up at a paper in Toronto, a sublease on an apartment. I pick up my pen and put it back down. I was 24. What happened? My mother got sick. I say it flat and factual because that's how I've made peace with it, not by making it dramatic but by making it just the thing that happened, the pivot point, the place where one version of the life ended and another started. Not seriously, at first. But she needed help and I came back to help, and then seriously, and then she was gone, and by the time I looked up 2 years had passed and the placement was someone else's and the sublease had long since expired. I'm sorry, he says. I'm not, I say. Then, I mean, I am, about her. Obviously. But not about staying. I look at the shelves. The library job came up 6 months after she died. I took it because it was here and I needed something to be here for. And then I took it because it was good. And then I took it because it was mine. I pause. Those are different reasons and they all turned out to be right. He's quiet for a moment. Do you miss journalism? Sometimes I miss the version of myself who was going to do it, I say. The 24-year-old with the placement and the sublease and all those open doors. I think about it. But I don't miss the life. I think I would have been good at it and I think I would have been lonely in it, and those aren't mutually exclusive but they're not a great combination. You're good at this, he says. The library. I know, I say. It comes out without false modesty because I've worked too hard at this for false modesty. I know I am. He almost smiles. I think it's because I didn't hedge, because I just agreed, and the agreement surprised him. What did you want to be? I say. Before hockey was the whole answer. He considers this. I wanted to be the kind of person my dad respected, he says. He says it like he's picking something up he set down a long time ago. He left when I was 12. Not dramatically, he just stopped coming home more than he was here, and then one day the not coming home was permanent. He was a good hockey player, junior level. Never made it further. He turns his coffee cup. I thought if I made it, if I actually got there, he'd see it. He'd have to see it. Did he? He sent a card when I got drafted, he says. A card from a pharmacy. One of the generic ones. I look at him. I put it in the back of a drawer, he says. I haven't looked at it since. He shrugs, not casual, the other kind, the kind that's carrying something. By the time I made the show I'd stopped doing it for him. But I didn't know what else to do it for, so I just kept doing it. He looks at the desk. Hockey filled everything. Every hour, every thought, every plan. I didn't have to figure out what else there was because there wasn't a gap for it. Until the lockout, I say. Until the lockout, he says. We sit with that for a moment. The library holds us the way it holds everyone who sits in it long enough, patiently, without judgment, with all those books standing quiet witness on every side. I didn't stay here because I couldn't leave, I say. I say it clearly, the way you say something when you need it understood correctly. I need you to know that. I had the degree and the placement and I could have rebuilt it after she died, a year later, 2 years, it would have been harder but possible. I chose not to. I know, he says. I stayed because I chose it. I know, he says again. Softer this time. Lower. Like the second time means something different from the first. I look at him. He's looking back. The reference table between us is 4 feet wide. 4 feet of scarred library wood that I have worked across every day for 3 years, and right now it feels like both too much space and not enough. He's still. I'm still. The lamp between us makes the light warm and close and I am aware of every inch of the 4 feet in a way that has nothing to do with furniture. I think, say something practical. Pick up the pen. Find the next item on the task list. I don't pick up the pen. He doesn't reach for his coffee. The clock on the back wall moves. The refrigeration unit in the break room hums. The town outside does its quiet November thing and the library does its library thing and Dane Calloway is 3 feet away from me looking at me like he's finished being careful about it. My phone rings. The sound is enormous in the stillness. We both move, I grab the phone, he sits back, the 4 feet become 4 feet again, functional distance, professional, fine. Cass calling. I answer it because answering it is something to do with my hands. Hey. Are you alive? I'm alive. I look at the table. Not at him. I'm at the library. It's 9:45. I know. Is Dane there? We were finishing the run of show. A pause that tells me she doesn't believe that's the whole answer. Okay, she says. I'll let you. I'll call you tomorrow, I say. I hang up. When I look up, Dane is standing. He has his jacket in his hand and he's putting it on with the quiet efficiency of a man who has decided to go before he does something that can't be taken back. I watch him button it. He picks up his legal pad from the table. He picks up his empty coffee cup. He looks at me. June, he says. Yeah, I say. A long moment. He looks at the table, at the closed folder, at the pen I didn't pick up. For what it's worth, he says, I think staying took more courage than leaving did. He doesn't wait to see what I do with that. The door swings shut. I sit at the reference desk in the empty library and I hold my phone and I look at the door. The lamp hums. The town is quiet outside. The clock says 9:46. From the phone, very small, Cass's voice, hello. June. Are you breathing? I breathe. Yes, I say. Good. A pause. Do you want to tell me what's happening? I look at the door. I look at the table. I look at the pen I didn't pick up. No, I say. Not yet. Okay, she says. Whenever you're ready. I sit in the library for another 20 minutes before I can make myself move. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. Tyler shows his hand. June's POV. Tyler picks the steakhouse, which tells me this is not coffee. I know the steakhouse. It's the one place in Ridgeback Falls where people go when they want to say something that requires a tablecloth underneath it. First dates, anniversary dinners, the specific category of conversation that needs a quiet corner and a proper menu. I've been maybe 4 times in my life. I wore a blouse for the last one and I wear one tonight, because it would feel disrespectful to Tyler not to. He's already there when I arrive, standing up when he sees me come in. He helps me with my coat without making it a production, which is exactly the kind of thing Tyler does, small, steady courtesies, present and consistent. The waiter knows him by name. He's ordered wine already, a good red, and he pours before I've sat fully down. Thank you for coming, he says. Of course, I say. We order. We talk, about the clinic, about Marcus and the Stanhope move, about the fundraiser in its final week. He's warm and easy and the conversation has the comfortable rhythm of 2 people who know each other well enough to not have to perform for each other. Then the main course arrives and he puts his fork down and he looks at me. I like you, he says. I want to be direct about it because I think you're the kind of person who doesn't do well with indirect. I look at him. I appreciate that. I think we'd be good together, he says. I think we have things in common that matter, we both stayed, we both built something here, we both understand what this town costs and what it gives back. He's measured. Not rehearsed, this is him, how he actually talks when he means something. I know Dane is in the picture right now. I'm not pretending he isn't. He picks up his wine. I'm asking you to let me be in the picture too. I sit with that. Tyler Mast is a good man. Not good in the abstract, specifically, demonstrably good, in the way that shows up in how he treats the clinic kids and how he speaks about his injury, without self-pity, and how he texted me the article link without commentary because he thought I should know and also thought I could handle it. He's been here. He's built something from the pieces of a life that went wrong. I respect him. Genuinely. Tyler, I say. I'm not asking for an answer tonight, he says. I'm asking for consideration. I'm not in a place to, I start. You're not in a place because of him, he says. Not unkindly. He says it the way a person says something they've thought through carefully, something they're not saying to wound but to name. And I understand that. I just need to know if that's permanent or if it's a season. I open my mouth. I close it. Is it permanent or is it a season? I don't know how to answer that. I've been not answering the question for weeks and every version I try sounds like either a lie or a thing I'm not ready to say out loud yet. I don't know, I say. It's the honest answer. It's not enough. He nods slowly. He picks up his fork. Okay, he says. That's honest. You deserve better than I don't know. You deserve to figure it out, he says. I'm just telling you I'll still be here when you do. He cuts into his food. Either way. I look at him. At the steadiness of him, the specific quality of a man who has already survived losing the thing he built his life around and came out the other side still standing. Tyler Mast is not a consolation prize. He is not a safe choice. He is a real, full person making a real, full offer. And I am sitting here unable to say yes to it. That tells me something I've been not quite looking at directly. We finish dinner. It's good, the food, the conversation, the absence of anything jagged or unresolved between us. He walks me to the door and says good night with the ease of someone who is secure enough not to manufacture a moment that isn't there, and I watch him go toward his truck and I stand on the pavement in the November cold and I think, he deserved a better answer. I take the long way home. I don't decide to pass the arena. I tell myself I'm walking, just the November air and the quiet streets and the specific clarity that cold brings to things you've been thinking in warm rooms. I come around the corner and the arena is there and the lights are on inside, the low evening lights, not the full overhead practice lights, and through the glass panel in the side wall I can see the ice. I stop. He's there. Alone on the ice, far end, no bucket of pucks, no pattern. Just one puck in the same motion, again and again. The approach, the wind-up, the shot. Approach, wind-up, shot. He retrieves the puck himself each time, skates back, does it again. Over and over with the repetitive focus of someone who isn't drilling anymore. I know what that looks like. I've done the equivalent at my desk at 2 in the morning, reading the same grant application paragraph 7 times without seeing it because my brain needs the motion of the task more than the result of it. He's working something out. Not hockey, the shot is already good, has been good for years. He's using the motion the way you use a well-worn path in the dark, because you know where your feet go and you don't have to think about them. I watch him for longer than I mean to. Then I make myself move before he turns and sees me standing at the glass like a person who walked past an arena by coincidence and then stayed for 11 minutes. I walk home. The cold is sharp and the streets are empty and the oak trees on Main have finally lost the last of their leaves, which makes everything feel more open than it did a month ago. More exposed. Home. Coat on the hook, shoes by the door, kettle on. I've been home 40 seconds when my phone buzzes. Margot. I look at the message. He put in for an exemption. To stay in Ridgeback Falls through the gala even if the lockout ends before then. Chicago wasn't happy but they agreed to it. He's been sitting on this for 2 weeks. I read it once. He didn't tell you, did he? I read it twice. The kettle starts. I turn it off. I stand in my kitchen with my phone and I read the message a third time and I think about the arena glass and the shot over and over and the thing I've been telling myself for weeks: he's here because the lockout brought him here, he'll leave because the lockout will end, this has a shape and the shape is temporary, and I think about a man who filed paperwork to stay. Who stayed without telling me he stayed. I type, "Why are you telling me this, Margot?" The 3 dots. Then. Because someone should. I put my phone on the counter. I stand in my kitchen in my blouse that I wore to dinner with a man who offered me something real and straightforward and good, and I stood in a room with him for 2 hours and I felt warmth and respect and the specific comfort of something uncomplicated. And then I walked home in the dark and stopped at an arena glass and watched someone else shoot a puck alone at 11 o'clock and couldn't make myself leave. I know what that means. I've known what that means for weeks. Knowing what it means and knowing what to do with it are 2 completely different problems. I turn the kettle back on. I make the tea. I take it to the kitchen table and I sit down and I look at the wall and I think about Tyler's words across a good tablecloth: is it permanent or is it a season? I don't have the answer yet. But the fact that I'm sitting here thinking about it instead of answering it is probably, itself, a kind of answer. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. What the gala costs. Dane's POV. 6 days before the gala, the venue calls to say the main ballroom heating system has a fault and they can't guarantee it'll be repaired by Saturday. I find out because June tells me, at 7 in the morning, standing in the library doorway still in her coat, the kind of contained fury on her face that means she's already 3 steps into solving it. The arena hall, I say, before she's finished the sentence. She looks at me. The arena. Community hall attached to the west side. Coach Holt runs it. It holds 250, it has a proper kitchen, and I can get it for Saturday with 1 phone call. I already have my phone out. Give me 10 minutes. She watches me make the call. Coach Holt picks up on the second ring because Coach Holt has been awake since 5:30 every morning since approximately 1978 and probably will be until he dies. I explain. He says, "It's yours. I'll have Tommy come in and set up the tables." I hang up. I look at June. "Problem solved," I say. She stares at me for a moment. "That took 8 minutes." I said 10. I was conservative. Something moves in her face, exasperation and something warmer underneath it, the combination she gets when I do something she didn't expect. She pulls out her planning folder and starts making notes. The layout will need to change. The hall is narrower than the ballroom, which means the display wall goes on the long side and the seating. I'll get you the dimensions by 9. I need them by 8:30. 8:30, I say. She writes that down. She moves to the next item without acknowledging the first one is handled, because that's how she works: close it, move forward, keep moving. I've watched her do this for 5 weeks and it still impresses me the same way it did the first time. The final week is the most I've seen of her since we started. We're in the library every evening, sometimes at the venue, sometimes at both. She's coordinating 6 moving pieces simultaneously and she doesn't drop a single one: the caterer's revised menu for the new space, the donor seating chart that has to be rebuilt from scratch, the children's program coordinator who needs specific lighting for the reading display, the press logistics, the technical setup for the slideshow she's built of the van route and the families Donna photographed. Tuesday, the council member who defunded the library calls to say he'd like his name on the legacy wall. I'm standing at the reference desk when she takes the call. I watch her face as she listens. It is completely still. The jaw doesn't set the way mine does when I'm angry. She goes the other way, completely smooth, the way still water looks before something breaks the surface. I appreciate the call, she says. The legacy wall acknowledges donors who have contributed to the library's programming in the last 5 years. A pause. She listens. The wall is curated for demonstrated contribution. I'll keep your interest on file. She hangs up. She puts the phone on the desk. June, I say. Next item, she says. The audio system for the children's section, the coordinator needs a lapel mic and the venue only has standing. He's the one who wrote the note, I say. She looks at me. I worked it out, I say. The political angle, the budget motive, the phrasing. It was him. Yes, she says. You knew. I've known since the day after, she says. The block printing was his. I've seen his handwriting on enough council documents. She picks up her pen. The lapel mic. He tried to kill your gala and he's calling to get his name on your wall, I say. And the answer was no, she says. It will continue to be no every time he calls. But I'm not spending the week before the gala on anger. She looks at me with that direct, patient look that I've come to understand is not the absence of feeling but the management of it, deliberate, chosen, absolutely hers. The best thing I can do to that man is have a successful Saturday. So. She taps the notepad. The lapel mic. I look at her for a moment. The lapel mic, I say. I know someone at the audio rental place on 3rd. I'll call. She nods. She goes back to her folder. Thursday, 2 days out. I'm watching her move through the final prep with the specific focus of someone who has been building toward a thing for weeks and can see the shape of it now, the whole event visible to her in a way it isn't quite visible to anyone else yet. The children's display is up. The van route map is printed and mounted, Donna's photos alongside it. The legacy wall is on the long side of the hall, clean and properly lit. The donor seating is set. The slideshow is running on the test loop and it is good, quietly, genuinely good, the kind of thing that makes you understand something rather than just hear about it. She built this. I showed up and made phone calls and opened some doors that needed opening, but this is June's. Every decision, every detail, every time she said no, we do it this way and was right. It's hers. I watch her check the photo display for the 3rd time, adjusting the spacing on Donna's pictures by ½ an inch, which is invisible to everyone else and exact to her, and I think, this is what she meant by staying because she chose it. Not staying for lack of options. Staying because she is the kind of person who builds things that last and she needed somewhere to build. Hey, I say. She keeps adjusting. Look up for a second. She looks up. Mildly impatient. You're the best person I know at this, I say. She goes back to the photo. At event planning. At caring about something and fighting for it, I say. She stops. She doesn't move for a second. Her hand is still on the frame of Donna's photo, the one of the van on the North Road in early morning light, frost on the windows, a township coming up in the distance. She turns and looks at me. Something in her face opens. Just briefly, the management drops for a second and underneath it is something real and unguarded and I want to say something that lives up to the look, something that's honest in the way she's always been honest with me, something that. Her phone rings. She holds my gaze for one more second. Then she looks down. Caterer, she says. She picks up. I turn and look at the van photo. I look at the township in the distance. I step back. I find something to adjust on the lighting stand. I make myself useful with my hands because it's the only way I know to manage the specific feeling of being this close to something and being unable to say the thing about it. I go to the parking lot at 10 to take Rick's call because Rick calls when Rick calls and there's no point in delaying it. It's cold. The arena's west side lights are on above me and November has gotten serious in the last week, real cold now, the kind that bites. I pace to stay warm. Rick picks up cheerful. Rick is always cheerful when he has good news, and I have learned to be wary of Rick's cheerful. Good news, he says. Tell me, I say. Talks are progressing. Real movement at the table today, both sides are close. Word is the lockout could be over by end of the week. A pause for what he thinks is effect. Chicago wants you back in camp by Monday, Dane. Monday morning skate, full roster. You're going home. I stand in the parking lot. The arena lights hum above me. Through the hall window I can see the warm glow of the event space, the display wall, the shadow of June moving past the lit frame of Donna's photo. End of the week. The gala is Saturday. Monday is 3 days after Saturday. Rick, I say. I know, cutting it close with the gala on Saturday. But Saturday night, early flight Sunday, you're in Chicago by noon. How long have the talks been progressing? I say. A week, maybe 10 days. Things moved fast in the last 10 days, I say. Give or take. Dane, this is good news. This is. I'll call you tomorrow, I say. Camp starts Mon. I said I'll call you tomorrow. I hang up. I stand in the parking lot. The cold has reached the point where standing still stops being an option. I should go back inside. I should go back in and tell June that the lockout might end this week, that Chicago is calling me back, that the thing she always knew was coming is now coming with a specific date attached. I should tell her. I look at the lit window. The gala is Saturday. She has 2 days of final prep and one enormous event, and everything she's worked for this autumn comes down to a single Saturday night, and right now, in the last push, she needs all of it to work. I tell myself, after Saturday. I tell myself, it's 2 days, it won't matter. I tell myself the thing people tell themselves when they're not ready to say the true thing yet, and I know I'm doing it, and I go back inside anyway. She's at the photo display again. She doesn't look up. Caterer confirmed the setup time. We're good. Good, I say. You okay, she says. She's still looking at the display. Fine, I say. Cold outside. She nods. She moves to the next item on her list. I stand in the door of the event hall and I look at the back of her head and I think, you should tell her. I think, she will find out and she will know you knew and she will be right to be angry. I think, 2 days. I think, she said she would not wait for a man to notice her. I look at the van photo. The frost on the windows. The township in the distance. 2 days. I go back to work. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18, Shorthanded, continues. Chapter 18. Shorthanded. June's POV. I know something is wrong before Tyler says a word. It's the way he comes in, not his usual easy entrance, the comfortable way he moves through a room he knows well. He comes in the way people come in when they're carrying something and have decided to set it down whether you're ready for it or not. He looks at me behind the reference desk and he doesn't smile and he doesn't reach for the returns cart or pretend to browse the new acquisitions display the way he sometimes does when he's giving me a moment to finish what I'm doing. He just looks at me. Tyler, I say. The lockout ended this morning, he says. League issued the statement 20 minutes ago. I put down my pen. The library is quiet around us, final check Friday quiet, the specific stillness of a building that has been worked in very hard and is now holding its breath before the main event. The legacy wall is up. The display is set. The van photos are mounted and lit. Tomorrow is Saturday. Chicago's camp starts Monday, Tyler says. He has the decency to look uncomfortable. Not guilty, he hasn't done anything wrong. Just the discomfort of a person delivering information they didn't want to have to deliver. He would have had to leave tonight. Or tomorrow morning at the latest. I am very still. He knew, I say. It comes out flat and certain. Not a question. Tyler looks at me for a moment. He knew for a few days at least. He pauses. He picks his words with the care of someone who is being honest without being cruel. I thought you should hear it from a person. Not a text. Not a press release. He pauses again. I'm sorry, June. Thank you, I say. He stands there for a moment like he's deciding if there's more to say. There isn't. He nods once, that single decided nod, and he goes. The door closes. I sit down. Not because my legs give out, they don't. I sit down because sitting down is a deliberate act and deliberate acts are what you do when the alternative is standing in the middle of your own library losing your composure in front of the van photos and the legacy wall and everything you spent 2 months building. I sit in the chair behind the reference desk. My chair. 3 years of this chair, this desk, this exact view of the front door and the shelves and the reading lamps and the children's corner with the map rug. I put my hands flat on the desk. He knew. Not for hours, for days. Rick's call was 10 days ago, Tyler said. 10 days of planning sessions and Thursday coffees and the venue crisis and the lapel mic and you're the best person I know at this and the night at the reference table when the 4 feet felt like not enough, and the whole time he was sitting across from me with an end date in his pocket and he said nothing. I told him about the journalism degree. I told him about my mother. I told him about the city I didn't move to and why I didn't move to it and the specific difference between staying because you have no choice and staying because you chose it. I said I need you to know that, and he said I know, and he looked at me like it mattered, and he already knew he was leaving. I think about the parking lot. Thursday evening, when he came back in from the cold and I asked if he was okay and he said fine, just cold outside, and went back to the lighting stand. He knew then. I look at the van photo from across the room, Donna's, the frost one, the township in the distance. I look at the legacy wall. I look at the children's display with the reading chart and the stickers and the names of 12 kids who came every week and worked hard and deserve every dollar this event raises tomorrow. I look at all of it and I make myself feel it, not suppress it, not manage it into the task list, but actually feel the weight of it for 60 seconds. Because it's there and it's real, and pretending otherwise is just a more sophisticated version of the same avoidance I've been doing for years. He sat across from me knowing he was going to leave and he said nothing. I am not surprised. I told myself from the beginning. I said it to Cass and I said it to myself and I said it to the ceiling at 2 in the morning on approximately 6 separate occasions. This has a shape and the shape is temporary. Some people are built for leaving. I have known this since I was 17 years old in a hallway. The difference between then and now is that I'm not 17 anymore. I'm 29 and I know exactly how to identify the thing that is happening to me, and I know exactly what it costs, and I chose to let it happen anyway, in small ways, in increments, because I thought. I don't finish the thought. The fury comes up clean and cold and I let it because fury is cleaner than the thing underneath it, and I am not ready to look at the thing underneath yet. The gala is tomorrow. The library needs tomorrow. I can be wrecked on Sunday. I pick up my pen. I finish the final check. The audio setup, confirmed. The caterer arrival time, confirmed. The children's program coordinator, confirmed. The donor packet inserts, ready. The speech I wrote for the opening remarks, in the inside pocket of the jacket I've laid out for tomorrow. I work for 3 hours. At 4 o'clock my phone buzzes. His name on the screen. One text. Can we talk? I look at it. I look at the van photo. I look at the 3 things still on my Friday checklist that need to be done before I leave tonight. I pick the phone back up. After the gala, I type. Don't make this weekend about you. I read it once. I send it. I put the phone face down on the desk and I go back to the checklist. My hands are perfectly steady. I notice this in a clinical way, the way you notice your own vital signs. Steady hands. Even breathing. Complete focus on the task in front of me. I am very proud of that. I'm also, somewhere underneath it, the most wrecked I've been in 3 years. But that's Sunday's problem. Tonight I finish the checklist. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19. The Gala. Dane's POV. She built something extraordinary and I watched her do it, and tonight I'm watching a room full of people finally see what I've seen for 2 months. The community hall is warm and full and nothing like what Mayor Hendricks planned in his office with the bad mock-up and the hockey puck graphic. It's better. It's so much better that I almost don't recognize the event as the same one that started as a spreadsheet and an argument about a tagline. The legacy wall runs the length of the long side, names, histories, genuine stories, and next to it the van photos and the route map and Donna's faces from the North Townships that stop people mid-conversation and make them stand still and look. The children's display is in the entrance, so it's the first thing you see when you walk in. The lit reading chart with the stickers. The names. The room fills by 200 people, every seat, the extra standing capacity at the back where the local press has set up. For major donors in the front row who have not written a check yet and will before the night is over, I know because I know what that particular look of quiet calculation means on a person with money and the willingness to spend it on things that matter. I know because June built something that makes spending it feel inevitable. I stand at the back of the room in my good jacket, the one my mother pressed without being asked, and I watch her work the space. She moves through it differently tonight. Not managing, not running logistics, not the clipboard version. She's wearing something dark and simple, and she stops at each conversation long enough to mean it. She knows the donors by name and their giving history and what matters to them. She knows the community program staff and the clinic families and Donna and the literacy class participants who showed up tonight in their good clothes with the specific pride of people who have been seen properly for the first time. She made all of them want to be here. I put my text to her on the phone at 4 o'clock and I got 2 sentences back that told me everything about where we are and nothing about whether there's any way through it. I've been sitting in that silence for 6 hours and I'm going to keep sitting in it until after tonight because she's right and I know she's right and the one thing I am not going to do is make this Saturday about my mistakes. Marcus reads at 7:45. I didn't know he was going to read. June didn't tell me. I find out when the program coordinator calls his name and he comes up to the small podium in the front of the room in a shirt that is clearly new and slightly too big at the collar. He has a single index card. He looks at it once, then looks at the room, and begins. He wrote about the library van. About how the van comes to his grandmother's township every Tuesday and Wednesday and how his grandmother can't drive anymore and the van is how she gets books, and the books are how she stays, his word, stays, with everything that means, connected to the world outside the township. He wrote about visiting her as a kid and seeing the stack of returns by her door, ready to go back on the van. He wrote about how he didn't understand until recently what that stack meant. That it meant someone thought she was worth the drive. The room is completely silent. I mean completely. 200 people in a room that was at Comfortable Conversation volume 30 seconds ago and now there is nothing, not a cough, not a chair shifting, not a phone buzz. Just a 13-year-old kid at a podium with an index card telling the truth about his grandmother. He finishes. He folds the card. He looks at the room once more, and then he goes back to his seat with the quiet dignity of someone who said the thing they needed to say and is done. The applause starts slow and builds into something real. I look for June. She's at the side of the room near the van display and she has her hand pressed flat against her sternum, not dramatic, just the unconscious gesture of someone absorbing something that hit them square. Her eyes are bright. She blinks once, twice, and then she straightens and she claps and the bright thing in her eyes is contained again, managed, hers. I watch her do that and I think about 10 days and a parking lot and I'm not in a place to in all the days I let go past while I told myself I was protecting the weekend. I am the stupidest man in this province. I know this with complete clarity. I give the speech at 8:30. Rick would have written something about Chicago and the playoff run and what Ridgeback Falls means to a professional athlete, the hometown roots story, the inspirational arc, the thing that makes the sports segment. I don't give that speech. I give the one I wrote at my mother's kitchen table at midnight this week with the donor ledger open in front of me. I talk about the van. About the wrist shot adjustment and what it means to have somewhere to learn something by the time you're ready to learn it. About what a building is when a town doesn't have one, not just a building but the place where the town keeps the version of itself that it wants to be. I talk about the literacy class and the permission slips and what it costs to ask for help with something that should have been given to you when you were 7 years old and what it means that this library opens its door on Thursday evenings and doesn't ask you to explain. I say June's name. I say it twice, in context, with what it deserves. I look at the room and I say, this event exists because one person decided a long time ago that this library was worth fighting for and fought for it every single day until fighting turned into building, and what you're standing in tonight is what that building looks like. The room applauds. I find her across the room. She's looking at me with an expression I have no category for. Not warm in the simple way. Not cold. It's the complicated thing, the one that lives in the space between what she wants to feel and what she's allowing herself to feel, and right now both of those things are visible at the same time and the combination is the most honest I've seen her look since the arena at 6 in the morning. I hold her gaze for a second. Then the donor in the front row leans over to his wife and the wife opens her handbag and the night moves forward the way it's supposed to. We hit the fundraising target at 9:47. 60% over it by 10:15, when the last auction closes. I know because I'm watching from the back of the room and I see the moment June gets the number, the coordinator whispers something in her ear and her face does the thing it does when she's trying not to show something enormous. She nods. She thanks the coordinator. She turns and looks at the room, the full room, everything she built, and for 3 seconds she just stands there. I don't think anyone else notices those 3 seconds. I notice them. 11 o'clock. The room is thinning. Donors in conversation by the legacy wall, clinic families saying their goodbyes, the catering crew beginning the quiet efficient work of clearing. She finds me near the door. She has her jacket on already, the planning folder under her arm out of habit, the event winding down around us. Good speech, she says. June. I mean it. Her voice is even. Precise. It was a good speech. The right speech. She looks at the room, the van photo, the legacy wall, the slowly emptying hall. The right speech for the right room. She looks back at me. You should go home and pack. You have a flight. I'm not leaving without talking. She says it quietly. Not angry, I want her angry, I could work with anger, this is worse than angry. This is the voice of someone who has already processed the thing and come out the other side of it into something colder and steadier. You had days to talk, Dane. You had 10 days and 2 planning sessions and a Thursday dinner and the night at the reference table and the parking lot when you came back in from the cold and I asked if you were okay. She pauses. You had days. I know, I say. I was wrong. Yes, she says. You were. A beat. She looks at her folder. I'm not asking you to stay. I want to be clear about that. You have a career and a contract and a life in Chicago that is real and important and I would never. She stops. I just needed to know. That's all. I deserve to know. You did, I say. I'm sorry. She looks at me for one long moment. In the look is everything, the arena at 6 in the morning and the floor-level conversations and the post-it note and the reference table at 9:45, all of it, and underneath all of it the specific thing she told me herself, I stayed because I chose it. And I sat there knowing I wasn't choosing and I said nothing. Good night, Dane, she says. She goes back into the room. Back to Donna and the literacy coordinator and the families and the place she built with every single day of the last 3 years. Back to the room that is hers in every way that matters. I watch her go. I stand at the door until she disappears into a cluster of people near the van display and I can't see her anymore. I am the stupidest man in this province. I say it out loud, quietly, to no one. I go home. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. The flight he doesn't take. Dane's POV. I pack the way I've packed 1,000 times. Road trips, training camps, the specific routine of a man who has lived out of a duffel bag for 13 professional years and can move his entire life into it in under 20 minutes. Gear first. Then clothes. Then the small personal items that have migrated to this room over 8 weeks, the charger on the nightstand, the book on the dresser, the tube of muscle cream by the door. My mother stands in the hallway outside my room and she does not say a single word. I know she's there. I can see her in the doorway mirror, arms crossed, housecoat, her good slippers. She's not blocking the door. She's not performing concern. She's just present, the way she's always been present, reliably, quietly, in the places that matter. I put the last item in the duffel. I zip it. I sit down on the edge of my too small bed. My mother still doesn't speak. I know, I say. I didn't say anything, she says. You didn't have to. I look at the floor. I handled it wrong. Mem, she shifts against the doorframe. How long did you know? 10 days. And you didn't tell her? No. She's quiet for a moment. Not judging it, just holding it. Why not? I've been asking myself that for 6 hours. Not the surface answer, I know the surface answer, I didn't want to disrupt the gala, I didn't want to be the problem in the final week, I told myself it was about the library and the fundraiser and all the things that needed to go right on Saturday. Those things are true. They're just not the whole truth. The whole truth is simpler and harder. I didn't tell her because telling her made it real. Telling her meant the end date existed and the end date meant I had to decide something I wasn't ready to decide, and every day I didn't tell her was one more day I could be here without the decision sitting between us like a puck on a disputed face-off. I was a coward. A functional, logistics managing, speech-giving coward who sat across a reference table from the most honest person I know and fed her half the truth. She's going to be fine, my mother says. Not a dismissal, a fact. She knows June. She's built for it. She handles hard things. That's not the point, I say. No, my mother agrees. It's not. I look at my duffel. I look at the trophy shelf my mother still hasn't thrown out. The first jersey in the frame on the wall. The gap-toothed kid grinning at the camera above the number 11. I look at the water stain on the ceiling. I reach for my phone. Not to call Rick, Rick can wait. I open the email app and I go to the fundraiser folder, to the thread from 3 weeks ago when June sent me the donor ledger wanting my sign-off on the Legacy Wall acknowledgements. I scroll past the acknowledgement section. I scroll to the spreadsheet tab she attached. I find the yellow highlighted row. Anonymous, Chicago, Brennan and Associates, follow up. I look at it for a long time. I sent that money 5 years ago from a hotel room in Dallas at 2 in the morning after I fell down an internet search rabbit hole about Ridgeback Falls, a habit I had for years that I never told anyone about, the way you check on a place you love when you're far from it. An old Ridgeback Falls Gazette article, barely 100 words, buried in the community section, library literacy programs face cuts, van route reduced. Donna's name in it. The townships. The number of families affected. I called my lawyer the next morning. I told him to send the money clean, no name, no plaque, no acknowledgement. Just the programs. Just the van. I didn't want the ceremony. I wanted the van to keep running. Now I'm sitting on my boyhood bed holding a phone with a yellow highlighted row on a spreadsheet, and June has known about the transfer for weeks and she flagged it and asked about it, and I said some people just don't want the credit and deflected, and she said he's very good at deflection and let it go. She circled near it 3 times. She almost had it. She was right every time. If she finds out, when she finds out, because she will, because she is exactly the kind of person who doesn't let a yellow highlighted row stay unresolved, she will either understand it or she won't. I genuinely don't know which way that goes. The donation was real. The reason behind it was real. But she's allowed to decide what it means, and she's allowed to decide that a man who sends anonymous money and then shows up 12 weeks later and sits in her library and doesn't mention it has crossed some line that she draws differently than I do. I sit with that. I think about Tyler, she doesn't do temporary. I think about June, I stayed because I chose it. I think about Marcus on the ice with his index card and his grandmother's stack of returns by the door. I think about the reference table at 9:45 and her hand pressed flat to her sternum when he finished reading, and the 3 seconds when the enormous thing showed in her face before she managed it back down. I think about being 17 and leaving a room without looking at the person standing in the hallway. I'm 31 years old. I am not doing that again. I stand up. I unzip the duffel. I take out the clothes, the charger, the muscle cream. I put them back where they were. I put the book back on the dresser. I put the duffel on the floor by the door, not gone, not put away, just not in my hand anymore. My mother is still in the doorway. I'm calling Rick, I say. Okay, she says. I look at her. You're not going to say anything. I've been waiting 45 minutes for you to make this decision, she says. She pushes off the doorframe. I'll make tea. She goes. I dial Rick. He picks up on the second ring. Dane, I need to confirm your. I need one more day, I say. Silence. Dane. Call Chicago. Tell them Monday evening instead of Monday morning. One day. I look at the duffel on the floor. I have something I haven't finished here. You cannot delay camp, Rick says. He uses the voice he uses when he needs me to understand the stakes, slow, deliberate, the voice that means I am not being dramatic. You are already on the edge with management over the exemption. One more ask and you're not just late to camp, you are sending a message about where your priorities are in. Rick. I stop him. Call Chicago. One day. Tell them it's personal. A long pause. One day, he says. And you owe me significantly. I know, I say. Thank you. I hang up. I look at the duffel on the floor. I look at the water-stained ceiling. I think, one day. One day to say the things I should have said 10 days ago. One day to stand in front of June Calloway and not be the man who walks out a door without looking back. Whether she wants to hear it is her choice. That's always been her choice. But I'm not leaving until I give her the option. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21, The Donor, continues. Chapter 21. The Donor. June's POV. I always come in early the morning after something big. Not because anyone asks me to. Not because the library opens at 9 and I need to be here at 7. I come because there is a specific kind of mess that a successful event leaves behind, not just physical, though there's that too, and I need to see it put back to rights before the crash comes. Because the crash always comes. The adrenaline of a thing you've been building for weeks holds you up through the event and for exactly as long after it as you need to get home and get your coat off. Then it drops you. I want to be at my desk before it drops me. I unlock the front door at 7:12. The hall next door is dark, the catering crew did a clean close last night and the setup team will come Wednesday for the tables. The library itself is exactly as I left it Friday afternoon, the display still up, the legacy wall still lit on its timer, the children's corner with the reading chart and its 26 gold stickers. Everything in its place. Everything where it belongs. I put my coat on the hook. I put my bag under the desk. I fill the kettle. That's when I see the folder. It's on the reference desk. Not my folder, mine is in my bag, green, 3 years of coffee rings on the cover. This one is plain manila, crisp, with a label from a legal firm in Chicago on the top left corner. Brennan and Associates. A sticky note on the front in a hand I don't know, forwarded per client instruction. M. Brennan. I stand very still. I open it. Inside, wire transfer documents. The original, clean, on legal letterhead, dated 5 years ago. The account number. The designated recipients. Children's Literacy Program and Rural Outreach Van, unrestricted use. $8,000. Below it, a cover note from the lawyer, one paragraph, formal, explaining that the client has authorized disclosure of donor identity and that all relevant documentation is enclosed. And below that, on a single sheet of plain white paper, handwriting I do know. Blue pen. His handwriting, the same careful print that moved literacy hours on my event schedule and circled van breaks and wrote things on legal pads in planning sessions across 4 feet of reference table. I read about the van in the Gazette. A road trip in Dallas, 2 a.m. I didn't want the credit and I didn't want the ceremony. I just wanted it to keep running. I should have told you when you found the entry. I should have told you a lot of things a lot sooner than I did. I'm sorry, June. D. I read it once. I read it again. I stand at the reference desk in the empty library with the folder open in my hands and I think about the yellow highlighted row and some people just don't want the credit and the way he deflected with such clean precision that I filed it and moved on and told myself I'd follow up and didn't, and I think about Dallas at 2 in the morning and a Ridgeback Falls Gazette article that barely ran 100 words. He read about the van. He was on a road trip, 3,000 kilometers from here, and he read about the van and he picked up his phone and called his lawyer the next morning. Before the fundraiser. Before the lockout. Before any of this. 5 years before any of this. I have been building my whole understanding of Dane Calloway on the story this town tells about him, the golden boy, the one who left without looking back, the hockey star who came home for the lockout and needed a name on a poster. I've been protecting myself from that story so carefully, so deliberately, that I missed what was underneath it. The man who sends $8,000 to a library van because he read about it at 2 in the morning and didn't want credit. The man who reads every book a librarian mentions because he wants to understand what she's actually saying. The man who sat on the clinic bleachers with a 13-year-old until the boy was ready to talk and then said I know exactly what that feels like and meant it. He is not the story the town tells. He never was. And I, who spent 11 years deciding what kind of person he was based on a midnight departure and a mythology I didn't build and a note slipped under my door by someone with political motives, I missed it. I was so busy being the woman who doesn't wait for a man to notice her that I didn't notice him. My legs make the decision before my brain does. I sit down on the floor. Not in my chair, on the floor, between the reference desk and the shelves, my back against the shelving unit, the folder in both hands, the reading lamps on their timers making soft yellow light across the top of my head. I sit there and I look at the wire transfer documents and the cover note and the plain sheet of paper with the blue pen handwriting. I just wanted it to keep running. I hear the door. He's in the doorway. Still in Ridgeback Falls. Sunday morning, 8 hours past the gala, and he is standing in my library doorway in his jacket with his hands in his pockets and he is not on a flight to Chicago. I look at him from the floor. You didn't leave, I say. Not yet, he says. He crosses the room. He doesn't make me stand up. He doesn't pull up a chair and sit above me and create the dynamic of someone explaining something to someone else. He comes to where I am and he sits down on the floor, against the same shelves, same angle, both of us with our backs to the books and our legs out and the reading lamps at eye level. He's close enough that I could touch his arm without reaching. I don't. He looks at the folder in my hands. He looks at the wall across from us. He breathes out slowly. I owe you an explanation, he says. About a lot of things. I look at the wire transfer document. Then at him. Start with the van, I say. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22. Floor level. Dane's POV. So I start with the van. I tell her about Dallas. The road trip, the hotel room, the specific restless quality of nights before away games when your body is tired but your brain is running film and you pick up your phone to make it stop. I tell her about the Gazette article, how I searched Ridgeback Falls the way I did sometimes, especially in the early years, the way you check on a place when being far from it feels like a loose thread you keep meaning to tie off. How the article was small and buried and mattered to me more than anything else I read that week. I called Brennan the next morning, I say. Told him to make the transfer. No name, no designation, no wall plaque. I look at my hands. I didn't want it to be a thing. I just wanted the programs to keep running. She's listening. She does the thing she does, completely still, completely present, the full weight of her attention on what I'm saying without any part of her reaching ahead to where she thinks it's going. How often did you search it, she says. Ridgeback Falls. I could give her a smaller answer. I give her the real one. Every road trip, for the first 3 years. Less often after that, but consistently. When things went well I looked because I wanted to share it with something real. When things went badly I looked because I needed to know the town was still there. She's quiet for a moment. You never called your mother, she says. I called every Sunday. That's the news version. I look at the reading lamp across from us. The Gazette was the underneath version. The real one. She turns the wire transfer document in her hands. She's not looking at it to verify it anymore. She's just holding it because her hands need to hold something. The deflection, she says. When I told you about the anonymous entry. Yeah. You just said something completely reasonable and let me put it away. Yes. That's a considered choice, she says. That's not an omission. That's an active decision not to tell me. Yes, I say. It was. She looks at the document. Then at me. The expression on her face is the one I've come to understand is June when she's working something out honestly, not performing the working out, actually doing it, in front of me, because she's decided I'm owed the real process. Why, she says. I think about it properly. Not the easy answer, because the gala, because the timing, because it was complicated. The real answer. Because if I told you about the van you would have asked why, I say. And I would have told you about the road trip and the 2 a.m. searching, and you would have understood what that meant about how I felt about this place. I pause. And about you. Before I was ready to say it out loud. She doesn't look away. I was afraid, I say. Not of you. Of what saying it meant. I look at the floor. Saying it makes it real. Real things have weight. I've been carrying the lockout for 2 months like a problem to manage until hockey comes back and everything goes back to its shape, and I stop. And somewhere in the last 8 weeks it stopped being about waiting for hockey to come back. She's quiet. I know I have to go back, I say. I'm not asking you to, I'm not here to make a grand gesture and fix 2 months of bad timing with one conversation on a library floor. I look at her. I'm here because I was 17 when I left a room without looking at you and I'm 31 now and I'm not doing that again. She holds the paper. The wire transfer. 5 years and $8,000 and a Dallas hotel room at 2 a.m. You said something about following Ridgeback Falls, she says. The Gazette, the mentions. You did that for years. Yes. Did you look me up? I look at her. Yes. What did you find? Library board appointments. A grant application win. A mention in the council minutes from your first year, apparently you proposed a rural outreach pilot program that the council initially rejected, and you wrote a response to the rejection that the minutes describe as, I almost smile, as comprehensive. She closes her eyes briefly. They called it comprehensive in the official minutes. They did. That is the most polite word they could have used. I gathered that. I pause. I thought, that's the person she is. She gets told no and she writes a response that goes in the official record. I look at the shelves above us. I thought about that a lot. On the road. She's quiet for a long moment. The library does its library thing around us, the tick of the heating, the faint hum of the lights, the particular hell-breath quiet of Sunday morning when the building belongs to itself. You have to go back, she says. I know. Monday camp. Your career. Chicago. She says it the way she says things she's already made peace with, not cold, just clear. That's real and it's yours and I would never. I know, I say. And she stops. She looks at her hands. I can't be the woman who waits, Dane. I told you that. Not directly, but I told you. I built this life because I chose it and I am not turning it into a waiting room for someone else's schedule. I'm not asking you to wait, I say. She looks at me. I'm not, I say again. I don't want that. Not for you. I turn so I'm facing her better, both of us still on the floor, both of us still against the shelves, close enough that the distance between us is honest. I'm asking if this is something worth figuring out. Between two people who are both where they're supposed to be. I hold her gaze. I'm asking if I can call you. At night, after games, the boring calls and the good ones and the ones where I just need to hear someone who talks back honestly. She looks at me. I'm asking if you'll read a book and tell me what you think about it even when I already know I'm going to agree with everything you say. I pause. I'm asking if I can come back. When I can. When the season allows. When you'll let me. I pause again. I'm asking if you'll let me. She looks at the document in her hands. Then at the shelves above us. Then back at me. Hockey players come back until they retire, she says. And then what? And then maybe I skate here, I say. In this town. On that ice. I look at her steadily. And someone very bossy tells me I'm not allowed to touch the sports section even though I have a library card and I'm technically allowed to touch it. She looks at me. Something happens in her face. The management drops, just briefly, just a crack, just enough that I can see what's underneath it. It's not the complicated look from last night, the warm and cold both at once. It's just warm. Uncomplicated and real and hers. She laughs. It's short, barely a sound, surprised out of her, the kind that escapes before you decide to allow it. She presses her lips together immediately like she's catching it. But it happened. I heard it. I don't say anything. I don't make a thing of it. I reach over and I cover her hand with mine. Her hand is cold, she's been holding the paper for 10 minutes in an unheated library on a November morning. I just cover it. That's all. Warm over cold, my hand over hers, no ceremony. She doesn't pull away. She looks at our hands for a moment. Then she leans her head back against the shelves, looking up at the spines of the books above us, and she breathes out slowly. Not sad. Not resigned. Just settling. Like something that's been held at tension has been released to whatever it actually is. We sit on the library floor with our backs against the shelves and the reading lamps at eye level and the Sunday morning quiet holding the whole building. She turns her hand over under mine. Just slightly. Her fingers find the edge of my palm. I have conditions, she says. Of course you do, I say. You call when you say you'll call. Yes. If something changes, schedule, plans, anything, you tell me before I find out from someone else. Yes. I pause. Noted. Specifically noted. And you finish the book I'm going to give you before you get on the plane tomorrow. I look at her. How many pages? 212. What time is my flight? 11. I'll read fast. She turns her head and looks at me. The shelves are at her back and the reading lamp is warm and she's 3 inches from my shoulder and there is nothing managed in the way she's looking at me right now. It's just her. Completely, unflinchingly her. Okay, she says. Quietly. Okay. The shelves hold us on both sides. The books on every wall. The library Sunday morning still around us. I don't move. She doesn't move. We sit there on the floor and the something we haven't named sits with us, in the space between our hands, patient and real and not asking to be anything other than what it is. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23. The goodbye that isn't. June's POV. I offer to drive him because it's 2 hours and it's November and if he takes the highway bus he has to transfer in Barrie and that adds 40 minutes and he has 212 pages to read before 11 in the morning. That's the practical reason. The real reason is that I drove him part way into this and I want to drive him part way out of it and the symmetry matters to me even if I can't explain why without it sounding like more than I'm ready to call it. He shows up at my door at 7:30 with his duffel and the book I gave him, already 50 pages in, I can tell by the receipt bookmark, and he looks at my car in the driveway and he looks at me and he says, "You don't have to." I know, I say. Get in. He gets in. The drive is 2 hours of the highway going south and the November morning doing what November mornings do, gray and clean and wide open once you get past the last of the town limits and the trees thin out into farmland. I drive and he reads and neither of us feels the need to fill the silence immediately, which is one of the things I've noticed about him that I didn't expect. He doesn't perform for empty space. He lets it be empty until there's something worth putting in it. He closes the book at the 40-minute mark. He looks out the window at the fields. The outreach program, he says. The expanded one you want to start. The second van route. Next year's project, I say. If the gala funds hold. They'll hold. He says it with the confidence of someone who ran the donor numbers last night before he went to sleep. The Henderson contribution alone plus the 2 corporate pledges covers the second route through spring. If you reapply the anonymous entry donation to operating costs you can extend to summer. I glance at him. I've been thinking about the budget structure, he says. Since when? Since the Saturday before last, when I looked at the spreadsheet you sent and noticed the gap between the route cost and the current reserve. He pauses. I was going to bring it up in the planning session but the venue crisis happened. I drive for a moment. You reviewed my operating spreadsheet in your spare time. I was curious. About my operating spreadsheet. About whether the programs I helped fund were going to run properly after I left, he says. Flat and honest. Not asking for credit. Just the truth of it. I look at the road. The reserve will cover the second route through September, I say. After that I'll need to apply for the provincial literacy grant again. I was rejected last time but I appealed and I have the council member's refusal on record, which you're planning to include in the reapplication, he says. As supporting context, I say. Formally worded. He almost smiles. I feel it more than I see it. Of course, he says. Formally worded. He asks about the Thursday literacy class. I tell him about the waiting list, 11 people now, and the question of whether we expand to a second Thursday session or at a Tuesday evening. He listens and asks the right questions and it is the most natural conversation I've had in weeks and also the most painful because it sounds like 2 people planning a thing together when in 40 minutes he is going to get out of this car and walk through those doors and the planning will have to happen over a phone 2,000 kilometers away. I know that. I made peace with it on a library floor an hour ago. Knowing it and feeling it are still 2 different things. Tell me something I don't know about Chicago, I say. Not the team. You. He thinks about it. I have a coffee shop 3 blocks from my building, he says. I've been going there for 7 years. The woman who owns it remembers my order but she's never once asked me about hockey and I've never once brought it up and it's the best coffee in the city. What's the order? Black. Single shot. He pauses. She makes it differently than anyone else. I don't know what she does differently. I've never asked. Some things you don't ask about, I say. Yeah, he says. Some things you just take on faith that they're good and you keep going back. I look at the road. I have a thing like that, I say. There's a second-hand bookshop on 5th Street, not in Ridgeback Falls, the next town over. I go on the first Saturday of every month. The owner puts aside things he thinks I'll like. He's been right 11 times out of 12. What was the 12th? A memoir by a retired hockey commentator, I say. Dane is quiet for a beat. Then, what was wrong with it? Nothing was wrong with it technically, I say. I just had opinions about the sport at the time. And now I think about this. My opinions have become more complicated, I say. He says nothing. I don't look at him. The highway does its highway thing and the November sky goes on above us. More complicated is good, he says eventually. Complicated means you're actually looking at the thing. Or it means the thing got more interesting than I planned for. He doesn't answer that. He picks up the book. The airport arrives the way airports do when you don't want them to, suddenly, inevitably, the signs appearing before you're ready and the drop-off lane materializing before you've figured out what you want the last 5 minutes to be. I pull into the loop. I stop the car. He doesn't move immediately. I look at the doors. People streaming in with bags. The particular organized chaos of a departure terminal on a Sunday morning. He reaches for the door handle. Then he stops. He turns in his seat and he looks at me, and the thing in his face right now is the same thing that was in it on the library floor, open, unhurried, completely his. June Calloway, he says. Something happens in my chest. Small and certain. Dane Calloway, I say back. Same name. No relation. Always been awkward, he says. Always, I say. He gets out. He gets his duffel from the back seat. He comes around to my window, I've rolled it down without deciding to, the cold air coming in, and he leans on the door with both forearms and he looks at me from 6 inches away with the airport behind him and the whole complicated real world doing its complicated real thing on every side. He kisses me. Not fast, not apologetic, not the kind of kiss that's really a punctuation mark on something else. The kind that's its own whole sentence. The kind from a man who has stopped being in a hurry about this particular thing. I put my hand on his jacket collar. Not pulling him in. Just holding. The way you hold something that is about to have to go. He pulls back. He looks at me. I look at him. His eyes are dark and serious and warm all at once, and there is nothing performed in the way he's looking at me, nothing managed, nothing withheld. I'll call you, he says. Every night. Even when it's weird. It's always going to be weird, I say. Good, he says. I like your weird. He straightens. He picks up his duffel. He looks at me one more time, not the long farewell look, just a quick real one, the kind that says I see you and this is real and I'm going to call. Then he turns and he walks through the doors. I sit in the drop-off lane. A man in a safety vest appears at my passenger window approximately 90 seconds later, tapping the glass with the authority of a person whose job it is to keep cars moving. I put the car in drive. The highway going north is the same highway we drove down. The November sky is the same sky. The farmland and the thinning trees and the town limits coming back up, all of it the same and none of it exactly the same as it was 2 hours ago. I get home at noon. I make tea. I sit at my kitchen table with my coat still on and I look at the wall and I think about the wire transfer and the library floor and a kiss in a drop-off lane and I think, this is the part where you could be afraid. I know how this goes. I know what it costs. I know the shape of the waiting and the schedule and the 10 months of Chicago and the 2 hours of highway. I know all of that. I also know what it feels like to sit at an empty reference table at 9:45 and not pick up the pen. I am not going to keep not picking up the pen. I take off my coat. I sit back down. I look at the book I brought to the airport without thinking, the one I've been reading this week, the 4th time I've read it, the one I keep returning to because it does something to me every time that I haven't fully translated yet. It's in my lap. My phone rings 3 hours later. Chicago area code. His number. I answer before the second ring ends. You just landed, I say. You're calling from the gate. Yes, he says. Behind him the noise of the terminal, announcements, the crowd, the particular roar of a big airport that sounds nothing like Ridgeback Falls. Tell me what you're reading. I look down at the book in my lap. I put it on the table and I look at the cover and I think, I brought this to the airport without thinking. I brought it because it's the book I reach for when I need something that tells the truth. I brought it because in 6 weeks he has become, without any planning on my part, someone I reach for the same way. I'll tell you, I say. But you're going to disagree with my interpretation. Obviously, he says. The noise of the airport behind him. The real world doing its real thing. Go ahead. So I tell him. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24, Home Ice, continues. Chapter 24. Home Ice. Dane's POV. The sports desk calls it a resurgence. That's their word, resurgence, like I went somewhere and came back from it, like the Dane Calloway who skated onto the Chicago Falcons ice in November was somehow a different version than the one who left Ridgeback Falls in October. 2 columnists use the word lighter. One says hungry. The one I like best, from a Toronto paper, just says, Calloway is playing like a man who has figured something out. He's not wrong. I don't read the columns for what they say about hockey. I read them on my phone at 11:30 at night after practice when the locker room has cleared and I'm the last one out because I've been doing that since my first year and old habits hold. I read them and I call June. She's always awake at 11:30. Not because of me, I know better than to think I rearranged her schedule, she was a late-night reader long before I had her number, but because Tuesdays are trivia night at the diner and she doesn't get home until 10:30 and she always reads for an hour after. Which means I get the post-trivia, already in her chair, second cup of tea version of June, which is the version with the least management between the surface and the actual thing. You won tonight, she said last Tuesday. Not a question. How did you know? You called at 11:22. You call later when you lose. I thought about that. How much later? 11:48 is your current record, she said. Toronto game, 3 weeks ago. You're tracking this. I notice patterns, she said. It's a library skill. A pause. Also you sound different when you lose. Different how? More careful, she said. Like you're picking each word before you put it down. She paused. Like you do when something matters. I sat with that for a moment. I sound careless when I win. You sound like yourself when you win, she said. There's a difference. That's how the calls go. We talk for 10 minutes or 2 hours depending on what's there, what's real that night, what either of us needs to put into words. She reads me passages from whatever she's annotating and I have opinions and she tells me when my opinions are structurally flawed and I tell her when her interpretations are willfully contrary and she says that is not what willfully means and I say yes it is and neither of us backs down and it is the best argument I have all week every week. She started the second van route in January. The provincial literacy grant came through, the third application, the one with the formally worded council refusal attached as supporting context, which the grant committee apparently found compelling in a way June described as gratifying in a specific and professional sense. I watched her face on the video call when she got the confirmation email. She looked at the screen for 3 seconds with an expression of complete controlled satisfaction and then said, "The route starts Thursday." No celebration, no waiting. Just, next item. I told her she was the most efficient person I'd ever met. She said, "You're just used to coaches." 3 months of phone calls and video calls and 1 weekend in Chicago in December when she came to a game. She sat in the stands, not the box, because she said the box felt like being on display and she was there for the hockey not the spectacle, and I spent half the first period knowing exactly where she was in the arena and playing, genuinely playing, like I needed to show her something worth watching. We won 4-1. I had 2 goals and an assist. Afterward, outside the locker room, she said, "The wrist shot on the second goal." "Yeah," I said. "You released it the way you showed Marcus." "Yeah," I said. She looked at me. Then she said, "The arena smells like your coat." She said it like she was noticing a fact. Then she picked up her scarf and said we should get dinner and the moment passed, filed somewhere I could find it later. I found it later. I've found it approximately 40 times since. The bye week is the second week of February and I booked the flight before the schedule is even finalized because there is one place I'm going and it is not warm and it is not south and it takes 2 hours from Pearson on a clear day with no traffic, which in February is not guaranteed but I'm going anyway. I text her from the gate, at the arena. Come if you want. 3 minutes. When? 6:30. I'll bring the coffee. I know. She's there at 6:28. I've been on the ice for 20 minutes already, which she knows because the side door was unlocked when she got here and she knows I only leave it unlocked when I'm already inside. She comes through the lobby, past the trophy case, through the corridor, and out to the rink side. First row bleachers. Home side. The seat that is hers in every way that isn't written down anywhere. She sits. She has 2 coffees. She holds one in each hand until I coast to the boards and she passes mine through the gap. You're back, she says. Told you I would be. I know. She wraps both hands around her cup. How long? 5 days. There's a game in Toronto Sunday, I'll leave from there. She nods. She looks at the ice. Go, she says. I go. I skate for 30 minutes and she watches and neither of us feels the need to do anything with that. She's in the first row with her coffee and I'm on the ice and the arena is cold and quiet and this is the most honest room I know and she is the most honest person I know and the two of them together are, I don't have the word for it. She'd have the word for it. She has the word for everything. I coast to the boards eventually. I lean my forearms on the top rail. She's 3 feet away and her breath makes small clouds in the cold air and she looks at me with the look that isn't managed at all anymore, hasn't been, really, since the library floor. You still look like yourself when no one's watching, she says. You're watching, I say. I am. She holds my gaze. Something warm and decided in it. Turns out I don't mind. I lean forward over the boards. She leans forward from the bleacher. The 3 feet become less than that. Callaway. I stop. Coach Holt comes through the side door with the specific stamping walk of a man who has been in cold arenas for 50 years and has achieved a state of coexistence with the temperature rather than comfort. He doesn't look at the boards. He looks at the ice. He is carrying a bucket of pucks. You're fogging the ice with your feelings, he says. Get moving. He throws a puck onto the ice. It skitters to center. He goes back through the side door without another word. The door swings shut. I look at June. She's looking at the puck. Then at me. Her mouth is doing the thing where she's controlling a smile. Barely. It keeps getting away from her at the corners. He has a point, she says. I grin. I can't help it, it comes up from somewhere that doesn't consult the rest of me first. Unguarded and real and completely okay with being seen. Come on the ice, I say. She looks at the ice. Then at her shoes. Then at the ice again. I don't skate. I know. I skate to the gate. I open it. I'll hold you up. She looks at the open gate. She looks at the ice surface. She looks at me. If I fall. You won't, I say. You can't know that. I've been skating since I was 5 years old, I say. I know how to hold someone up. She looks at the ice one more time. And then she stands, and she sets her coffee on the bleacher seat, and she walks to the gate. She puts one foot on the ice. She grabs my arm with both hands immediately, not in a falling way, just a this is new and I want a fixed point way, the way you hold something you trust. I take her weight. Easy. Okay. I say. Don't let go, she says. I won't, I say. She puts the second foot on. For a moment she's just standing there, on the ice, both hands on my arm, the entire arena around us. She looks down at the surface under her feet. She looks up at the lights. She looks at me. It's cold, she says. It's always cold, I say. You get used to it. I've been standing outside this building for 20 years, she says. I don't think I was supposed to be on the inside of it. I look at her. June. You've been on the inside of it since October. She goes still. Then something changes in her face, the last of the management drops, the last of the careful distance, all of it at once, and what's underneath it is just her. Just exactly who she is. The person who fought for a library budget and drove a man to an airport and put her hand flat against her sternum when a 13-year-old read about his grandmother's books. "Don't make me cry in an ice rink," she says. "I'll never forgive you." "You're not going to cry," I say. "I might," she says. "Don't push it." I start moving. Slowly, one foot, then the other, her hands still on my arm. She doesn't try to let go. She moves with me, finding the rhythm of it, her weight shifting the way it needs to. "You're doing it," I say. "I'm barely doing it," she says. "This is the minimum definition of doing it." "The minimum counts," I say. She looks at the ice moving under us. A slow circle of the rink, nothing fancy, just moving. Her hands relax on my arm, still there, but not gripping anymore. She's finding her feet. "It's different from watching," she says. "I know," I say. "It feels," she pauses. She looks at the ice, the boards, the overhead lights. "It feels like the room sounds different from down here." "It does," I say. "It's always been different from the ice." She looks at me. "Better?" she asks. I look at her, there on the ice, in her coat and her non-skate shoes, both hands still lightly on my arm, her face open in the cold arena air. "Better," I say. The puck Coach Holt threw is still at center ice. We skate past it on our slow circle and neither of us picks it up. Some things can wait. End of chapter 24. Epilogue. 2 years later, in Ridgeback Falls. June's POV. I write the speech myself. Obviously. Cass offers to help. Bev offers to help. The council chair, the new one, not the man who put a note under my door. That particular chapter closed 18 months ago when he lost his seat to a retired schoolteacher named Phyllis who reads 2 books a week and attends every Thursday literacy class as a volunteer, offers to help. I thank all of them. I write it myself. 25 years. The library has been here 25 years. I've been here 3 of them, which feels both long and short depending on what you're measuring. Long in terms of what's been built, the second van route, the expanded literacy program, the children's wing that is named after no one because I refused naming rights twice and the council eventually decided a library named after itself was more dignified anyway. Short in terms of what I still want to do, which is a list that grows rather than shrinks, which means I'm probably going to be here another 25 years at least, and I've made my peace with that. More than peace. Something past peace, something that doesn't have a clean word for it. I wear the good dress. Not the gala dress, that's in the back of my closet for events that need spectacle. The good dress is dark green, simple, the kind that doesn't announce itself. Cass sees me come in and says, "You look like yourself," which is the most useful compliment she could have given me and she knows it. The room fills by 7. I stand at the side and I watch it fill and I think about the first gala, the venue crisis and the caterer and the 8-year-old girl's crooked pigtail and a legal pad with van brakes underlined in a single circle. I think about what 2 years of nights and by weeks and a Toronto to Ridgeback Falls commute that is technically 2 hours and practically more like 2 hours and 20 because of the one road in and the state of that particular stretch of highway in winter. I think about what all of it has built. Not just the library. Not just the programs. The thing that doesn't have a word. In the front row, Cass and her partner, a veterinary assistant named Pete who laughs at all her worst jokes with genuine appreciation, which is exactly what she deserves. Margot and her boyfriend, who is kind and a little overwhelmed by the Callaways, which Margot considers a feature rather than a problem. Bev in her best dress, the one she saves for events that matter, which means she's decided tonight matters, which means I already feel the back of my eyes doing something inconvenient. Tyler is 3 seats from Bev, which is fine now, genuinely fine, the kind of fine that isn't performed. He came around about 4 months after that dinner at the steakhouse, which is roughly how long it took for the situation to settle into its actual shape. He started seeing the woman who runs the junior hockey registration, Maya, who is direct and warm and has very strong opinions about tournament brackets and who Tyler looks at the way people look at things they didn't plan for and are deeply glad about. The 4 of us got dinner last spring. It was easy in the way things are easy when everyone involved has chosen honesty over comfort and come out the other side. Coach Holt is in the 3rd row because Dane asked him and Coach Holt would not say no to Dane in the same way Coach Holt would not say no to a player who shows up for early morning ice even when the season is technically over. He is wearing a tie I have never seen before and he looks deeply uncomfortable and completely committed. Dane is in the second row. He is in the second row because I told him not to sit in the front and he, for the first and possibly only time in his athletic life, did exactly what I told him without argument. He argued about everything else this week, the speech length, the donor acknowledgement order, whether the van photo display should be on the long wall or the short one, but on the front row question he just said okay and sat in the second row and I stood in the kitchen doorway watching him do it and thought, that's the thing. That specific thing. That's the word I can't find. The Falcons traded him to Toronto in January. It was complicated and long and involved 3 separate calls to Rick and one extremely formal dinner with Toronto management and approximately 6 weeks of Dane saying it was just a discussion until it wasn't just a discussion anymore. 2 hours from Ridgeback Falls. A different arena, a different number on a different jersey. The same person on the ice. He called me the night the trade was confirmed. It was late, past midnight, which meant he'd been sitting on the news for hours before he called, which meant he was making sure it was real before he said it out loud to me. Toronto confirmed, he said. I sat at my kitchen table for a moment. Then I said, the commute is better. Significantly, he said. For hockey reasons, I said. Purely, he said. Then neither of us said anything for a moment. It was the silence of 2 people who have been talking every night for more than a year and have learned to trust the silence as much as the words. The silence that means, I know. I know. We both know. June, he said. Yes, I said. Not a question. Not an answer. Just, yes. I give the speech at 7:45. I talk about what a building is when a town uses it right. I talk about Donna and the van route and the Tuesday mornings when the first township comes into view through the frost on the windscreen. I talk about the Thursday class and the permission slip woman, who is now in her second year as a reading volunteer herself. She teaches the beginners, the new arrivals to the class, with the specific patience of someone who remembers what the first page of something feels like. I talk about the wall, the programs, the children's wing, the second van. I do not talk about any of the ways this building has also, quietly, and without announcing itself, held me up. Some things you keep. The room listens. The room applauds. Marcus, 16 now, working part-time at the desk on Saturdays, still the best young player in the junior league, still going to be someone if the Stanhope move didn't break him and it didn't. Marcus stands up to applaud and 3 other people stand because of him and then it becomes a standing ovation, which I was not expecting and for which I am not prepared and which I manage by looking at the ceiling for 3 seconds and breathing. Afterward I move through the room. I talk to donors and program families and Donna and the Thursday class participants and the couple who attended the first gala and who this year brought their daughter, who is 22 and studying library science in Guelph because she came to a Thursday evening class with her mother 3 years ago and decided that was the thing. He finds me near the van display. He always finds me this way, without announcement, without making an entrance, just appearing at my shoulder the way the people you know best appear. He has 2 coffees. He hands me mine without being asked. Oat milk latte, 2 shots, no sugar, from the good place on 4th Street, and we stand in front of Donna's frost photo, the one with the township in the distance, the one I've looked at 10,000 times and will look at 10,000 more. Good speech, he says. Better than yours, I say. Probably true. He looks at the room around us. At the wall and the photos and Marcus behind the desk saying something to a donor that makes the donor laugh. At Bev and Cass in conversation near the children's wing with the combined energy of 2 women who like each other enormously and have things to say about everyone present. At Coach Holt, who appears to be explaining something to Tyler with the focused gravity of a man discussing a power play. You built something real, June. We did, I say. I mean the library. I also mean the other thing. He knows I mean both. We stand there for a moment, looking at the room. His shoulder is against mine in the easy way it's been for 2 years, present, certain, not making a production of itself. I was thinking, he says. I look at him sideways. He uses that tone, careful, measured, the tone of a man who has been thinking about something for long enough that he's ready to say it but is still picking the right words, for 2 categories of things, hockey decisions and the other kind. I've learned to tell them apart by the way he holds his coffee cup. Right now he's holding it with both hands. Thinking, I say. Chicago's not the only team, he says. I know that. Toronto is, he pauses. Toronto is good. The commute is good. The ice is good. He looks at the van photo. But the commute is 2 hours. I know the commute, I say. I've driven it. I've been thinking about what it would look like to drive it less, he says. I'm very still. There's a coaching staff position, he says. Development coaching. Not full-time, part-time, working with young players on technical skills. Wrist shots and backward skating and that kind of thing. He pauses. It's in Ridgeback Falls. I turn and look at him. He's watching me with that expression. The open one. The one I used to think he didn't have because I was looking at the wrong layer. That's not a hockey decision, I say. No, he agrees. It's not. It's a life decision, I say. Yes, he says. It is. I look at the room. My library. My programs. My wall. Marcus at the desk. Bev laughing at something Cass said. The van photo with the frost on the windows and the township in the distance and the whole shape of the thing I chose and keep choosing every day. I look at Dane. Tyler says the junior clinic needs a new assistant coach, I say. Apparently there's been an opening since Coach Holt's assistant moved to Kingston. He goes very still. His coffee cup stops halfway to his mouth. Starting next season, I say. I've heard about that opening, he says. Carefully. It pays, I pause. The position pays in coffee and extremely strong opinions about fiction. I look at him steadily. Hardcover or paperback, depending on the title. Both, he says. Signed copies for significant contributions to junior hockey development. Obviously. And the occasional early morning ice slot when the arena isn't booked, which, I stop. Which is most mornings before 7. He looks at me. The careful tone is gone. The coffee cup is gone. His whole face is just there. Present and honest and the most unguarded it's been since a library floor in November, 2 years ago. I reach up and I straighten the collar of his jacket. Practical, deliberate, the gesture that has nothing to do with his collar and everything to do with the fact that this is how I do it, the small specific action that says the large thing I don't have a word for yet. He puts his hand over mine. Not moving it. Not making anything more than it is. Just, his hand over mine, warm, certain, real. The room goes on around us. The noise and the people and the 25-year-old building doing what 25-year-old buildings do when they've been properly cared for, standing. Holding. Being exactly what they were built to be. Ridgeback Falls is out the window and the van is on its route and the literacy class has a waiting list and Marcus is 16 and good and the wall has the right names on it and this is my life, chosen and fought for and built, mine in every way that matters. For once I am in the middle of the story this town tells about itself. I find I don't mind at all. Not even a little. End of epilogue. Author's note. Dear reader. Thank you for spending time with Dane and June. Shorthanded began as a story about two people who had built lives that made perfect sense until one lockout, one fundraiser, and one small town decided otherwise. Dane's silence was never coldness, it was care with nowhere to land. June's armor was never hostility, it was precision, earned. Watching them dismantle each other's defenses one borrowed afternoon at a time was exactly the kind of love story I wanted to write. If this story stayed with you, if Ridgeback Falls felt like a place worth visiting, I would be so grateful if you left a review. Reviews are how independent authors find new readers, and every single one matters more than you know. With gratitude. Arden Blackwell. Acknowledgements. Some towns hold you whether you want them to or not. This book is for everyone who knows exactly which road leads home and has spent years pretending they don't. To the readers who believed in a hockey player with no team to go back to and a librarian who had too many plans for everyone but herself, thank you. Ridgeback Falls exists because you showed up. And to every person who has ever found themselves shorthanded, outmatched, undermanned, playing through a penalty, and scored anyway. That's the whole game. About the author. Arden Blackwell writes dark romance with sharp edges, complicated men, and characters who refuse to look away. A lifelong devotee of stories where love is neither safe nor simple, Arden Blackwell believes the best fiction lives in the space between what people say and what they mean. Shorthanded is the 13th novel in the Dark Ice series. When not writing, Arden can be found watching hockey with unnecessary emotional investment, keeping notes no one asked for, and sitting in small-town diners long after the coffee goes cold.